I say this every time we have a guest speaker. There might be things today that you hear that maybe you might not agree. It's things that opposite of what you were taught, opposite of what you've heard all your life. Some of you, when you hear truth, guess what happens to your body? When you hear truth, things that resonate with you, things that you're like, oh my God, this is what I've been feeling, I just didn't have the words. When we hear that, healing happens to our body. We're not only spirit, we're not only brain, we're body too. And our body remembers. If any of your children or any of you had braces, if you don't wear that retainer, guess where those teeth go back? To the same place, because our body remembers. It is what it is. So be mindful of your body. So some of you might get triggered today. Some of you
they will.
Might.
No, will.
Some of you might get triggered. I want to invite you to be compassionate with yourself. Maya Angelou says, when you know better, you do better. And you might hear things that you would say, how have I allowed this in my life for so many years? And guess what? It's okay. That's why you're here today. You were picked to be here in this room today and hear about this. So be kind to yourself. If you need some time to step out because it's too much, be more than welcome to do that. So that's one of the things I really wanted to say. And also, can we just, for 1 second, can you stretch out your arms and go like this? You're opening yourself up to receive. That means not only you're thinking about receiving, if you came here this morning, it's because you're looking for something, but we're inviting God to come in and teach us what He wants to teach us today. So are you guys willing to receive today?
Yes.
Yes. So also our bodies, it's in that posture of we're receiving. If anything you hear today that you don't agree, guess what? Don't hold on to that. Put it aside. Carry on listening. And then later on you can go back to it and then deal with it with the Holy Spirit. That's why we have the Holy Spirit. Then go ask, I didn't like this, or I don't agree with this. Can you show me? So this is an invitation for all of you this morning. I'm so happy you guys are here.
And it's okay. Thank you. And it's okay not to agree, you know that, right? And after you don't agree, you know what? After you talk to the Holy Spirit, Sheila and Keith are here. Don't after a week tell us you didn't agree with them. Talk to them while they're still here the whole day and tell them you don't agree with them. Okay? But no, we get this a lot. The speakers are gone and people come up to the team and to Giovanna and we really disagree. And we look at them like, oh, too bad. You should have talked to them about it. All right.
So with that said, let's take a deep breath. Let's ground ourselves. Let's breathe out. Father, we thank you for this amazing day. We thank you for this amazing morning. We thank you because we're here today. Thank you for the gift of sexuality that has been so mistreated, misused. We've been taught so wrongly about it. But it's your gift. It's a gift you gave to humanity, not only to procreate, but for enjoyment, for mutual enjoyment. And we want to thank you for that, Father. I pray that you remove the taboo that we all have, that some of us grew up in cultures where it was not good to talk about that. Some of us have grew up in religions where that was a sin. So, Father, just remove all the misconceptions and teach us. We're here to learn. So thank you. I pray for the speakers today. May they move freely in this room as we all welcome them. And amen. And Ashley and Juan.
For the speakers.
It's about that time.
Thank you. So I'm so excited to have Sheila, and I keep wanting to call you Greg because your last name is Gregory. But Sheila and Keith with us today. I remember, I don't know if you remember this, a little while ago, I saw the name of your book was A Good Girl's Guide to Great Sex. I'm like, oh, that doesn't apply to me because I wasn't a good girl. Like, I know I'm a good girl now, but I didn't grow up a good girl. So I'm like, oh, it's probably not relatable. I need like the bad girl's guide to good sex. And Giovanna was like, no, there's things in there that they do apply to you. You will learn, you know, whatever. So I just want to say that I'm excited and I'm grateful for you and the way that you've really pioneered in this area, because I think it's so specific. Like this group, I would not want to talk to Christians about sex. So I think that takes a lot of resilience. I think it takes a lot of passion and love. So I don't know you, but the fact that you're doing this tells me you love what you're doing. You're passionate about it. You have a calling to do it. So I'm just grateful to learn from you and somebody who's just trying. I know you guys aren't experts in sex because nobody is, you know, but I'm grateful that you're trying and that you're here to share that experience with us. So she's an author, a blogger, and apparently I read that you love to knit, even in a grocery store line. Okay. So I want to welcome Sheila.
And I want to welcome Keith. He's the husband of the sex user. What a lucky man he is. But I'm sure it's not just all on her, it's his part too, and I want to hear his part today, and I want to open my ears to hear the male perspective of what great sex should look like or feel like and be. He helps in her writing, and he has his perspective that will definitely give us a really holistic view of sex, and I think it will be very healing for all of us. So let's welcome them.
With that intro.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be let's get it on. Martin.
Yeah.
That's what I was expecting.
So I will just say my husband is a pediatrician. Yes. And for a bit of background, he's working a ton, 100 hours a week. He's in residency, and I have a couple of graduate degrees, but I'm home with my babies and I want something to do, so I start writing. And a couple of years later, I start speaking. A couple of years later, I start blogging. And I get fairly well known, and I think, you know what we should really do is we should start speaking at marriage conferences, because I've written some small books about marriage. And I go to Keith, and I said, hey, hon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's every man's nightmare, right? So you're just doing your job. You're trying to, you know, take care of the world and all that stuff. And, hey, how would you like to kind of put that on hold and then like go and talk in front of hundreds of people about sex? Like, wouldn't that be so much more fun?
And to make it really good, we can tell people about all our mistakes.
Yes. Because you can teach a lot because you were so bad at it early on. She didn't say that. She's too charitable, but she would have been right if she'd said that.
And so I began speaking at marriage conferences. I was blogging about marriage, and I found that an interesting correlation happened. The more I talked about sex, the more my traffic grew. And
Strange.
it's like, wow, people want to hear about sex. So I started doing that more and more. My first book about sex, The Good Girl's Guide to Great Sex, was published in 2012. And then 31 Days to Great Sex. I was writing more and more about sex, but people still had the same problems. It didn't matter how much good stuff I put out there, people still had the same problems. And a few years ago, I realized that it wasn't just about telling people what was good, it was about looking at the foundation of what we've been taught, because a lot of it was bad. And my ministry took a different direction. We started doing a lot of research into what is the messaging that has really hurt people in this area, and how can we fix it? You know, Ecclesiastes says that there's a time to scatter stones and a time to gather them together. And sometimes we got to scatter the foundation so that we can gather everything back up and build something new. And so that's what we want to do for you today, hopefully, is we want to scatter some stones, get rid of the bad stuff, so that we can build up something good. So as we're doing that, let's talk about some of the messaging that we have heard about sex in our lives. How about this one? Have you ever heard this one? Have we got the PowerPoint ready? Yeah, okay. Ever heard this one? God gave men the need for sex and women the gift of sex. You know, men need it and women get to give it. Like, ladies, does that sound sexy? No, that's gross. Okay.
These are all quotes from actual Christian books talking about sex.
Yes.
Here's another one. How about this one? If your husband is typical, he has a need you don't have. How helpful is that?
Have you ever heard of self-fulfilling prophecies? That's what I can't figure out.
Yeah.
Or how about this one? You need to keep your man happy if you don't want him to stray.
That's Bible about 101.
Yeah.
This one's not a direct quote, but it's everywhere. Just wait till you're married. Don't do anything until you're married.
Yeah.
But then once you're married, you're gonna have sex all the time, and it's gonna be amazing and easy and perfect. Ever heard that or got that impression?
And so with all of this messaging, what do we actually think sex is? Like, if you take all of that together, what do we think sex is? What is sex? And if I were to ask you to define sex, you know, probably you'd hem and haw, and you would say something about, you know, penis in vagina, put it together, kind of like you're building IKEA furniture, you know, slot A goes into tab B, and then we're all good. But the problem with that definition, there's many problems. But first, it makes sex entirely physical, doesn't it? It's only about what your bodies do. But it's not even about what your bodies do. It's mostly about what his body does. Because her body could be doing nothing, right? She could be lying there making a grocery list in her head. She could be in emotional turmoil. She could even be in physical pain, and it would still count as having sex. That's a problem.
Mm-hmm. And it also means that everything else you do besides that one thing, that's not really sex. We stay pure. We just did absolutely everything except for penis and vagina. Is that really what we want in our sex lives? The other thing about this whole idea, as Sheila's saying, is it's very male focused. If sexual intercourse is sex and that's it, it's like a transaction, right? It's like your sexuality is like a box, you know, that you can give it to somebody, or you can take it from somebody, and some of you had things taken from you too. But sexuality is not meant to be a commodity. It's not something that you can give or something that can be taken from you. It's something you build together. It's meant to be deeply intimate and mutual, not just a thing that gets passed around.
Mm-hmm. It's not separate from you. It's something that you experience together, and it's everything that you are together.
And it's more than just physical. It's also emotional and even spiritual. That's why God uses the sexual relationship to talk about his relationship with the church. So we're going to talk about all those aspects today. We're going to get into depth with that.
And when you look at the Bible, it actually tells us what the definition of sex should be. Genesis 4 verse 1, super weird verse. It says, Adam knew his wife Eve, and they conceived a son. And I remember I was in junior high, and I was sitting in a pew at church with all my friends, and the pastor read that verse, and we all started laughing. And my mother across the congregation is giving me the look, like, you better stop right now. But we couldn't help it because it was so hilarious, because God is embarrassed of using the real word. That's what we thought. But when you look at the Hebrew root for know there, it is the same root word that is used over and over again in the Psalms when David says, search me and know me. Know me, O God. This is an intimate longing to be completely connected, and it is not a mistake that God used that word to describe sex. Because sex is not just physical, it's this intimate longing. But we know it is physical, because Song of Solomon, that's pretty raunchy, that's pretty sexy. They're all having a good time, and if you were to count up all of the words in that book, she says more than he does. So she is having a good time. Sex is pleasurable for both. And then we know from 1 Corinthians 7, those famous do not deprive verses, which we may go into later on, but
which get misused a lot.
Completely mutual. Everything he gets, she gets too. Everything she wants, he wants too. It's totally and utterly mutual. So we get this picture in the Bible of something which is mutual, intimate, and pleasurable for both. It's not A and tab B. It is mutual, intimate, pleasurable for both. That's what real sex is.
So we define it in Sheila defines it in the Great Sex Rescue and in our books, the Good Guys Guide and the Good Girls Guide. Sex is everything that you do together as a couple that is sexual, that you experience together to build your relationship, to enjoy each other and to bond with each other. That's what it is. It's not just a simple act.
Yeah. Now, if the root of sex is intimacy, that means that we need to be able to be vulnerable with each other. And vulnerability is actually the key to great sex and what creates great sex. Because if you can't be vulnerable, you can't let go. And we need to be able to come into the bedroom or wherever with everything that we are, sharing everything that we are. We need to feel safe. And God actually made our bodies to work that way. Okay, think about orgasm for a minute. Orgasm is the ultimate in letting go. If you're too stressed, if you're overthinking it, you're never going to get there, especially for women. So you have to just let it carry you, which means you have to feel safe enough. You have to trust enough to let yourself go and experience. So at the height of orgasm, you almost lose that ability to think a little bit, and you just become pure experience. You're not trying to be in control. You're just trying to experience something with someone that you're really intimate with. Now think about that. Not trying to be in control, learning to trust and just experience. Isn't that the relationship that God wants for us with him? You know, orgasm is the ultimate mirror of how God wants to be with us. It's really cool. So we need to rethink sex so that it isn't just body focused, it's everything focused. And it's the ultimate in intimacy.
Okay. So if you think about this kind of level of connection that we're talking about, this kind of level of, vulnerability and intimacy, think back to those quotes we read to you at the beginning. Do you think those messages are going to get us there?
No.
We've seen a crisis in the church in terms of sex. We see it's not hard to get speaking engagements to talk about sex. There's a real need out there. And I think part of the reason is because we've been teaching wrong things. Even inside the church, this is where we should know what God intended. But instead we focus so much on, duty and obligation and what you're supposed to do and all these shoulds and shouldn'ts and shame, instead of talking about the beauty of what sex was meant to be and start from first principles. If we want sex to be different in our lives, you can't hold on to those old ways of thinking and expect things to be different. You've heard the expression, if you keep doing what you've always done, you're going to keep getting what you've always got. When we're going to invite you today, we're going to talk about some things that might challenge you a little bit, that might stretch you a little bit to think differently about yourself, your spouse, how you relate to each other. And we really want to encourage you to not get your backs up. Like they said earlier, we're not perfect. We're not going to speak and say to you that everything we say is directly from the mouth of God, because that's not who we are. But we've learned things and we would like to share them with you. And if they don't resonate with you, stop and think for a second, is this actually because there's something in me that I need to think about, rather than assuming that we're wrong? Because if what you've been doing hasn't been working and you're not open to another way of thinking about it, well, good luck. So
You're right.
So the classic example in the church is the way we handle libido differences. Every couple is going to have libido differences because you're not going to be exactly 100% compatible all the time. And what have we done in the church with libido examples? What have we said? We've turned the libido issue into the main problem. Oh, there's a problem. The problem is, we'll say, she doesn't want sex enough. It could be the other way around, but we know that in most marriages, that's kind of the way it gets. She doesn't want sex enough. So that becomes the problem we need to fix. Instead, if we had this holistic idea of sex, we would realize that's not the main problem, right? That's a symptom. That's not a problem, that's a symptom. If I went to the emergency department and my arm was bending in places it wasn't supposed to bend, and I said, hey doc, my arm's really sore. And the doc said, oh, that must be terrible for you. Here's some painkillers, bye-bye. And I said, well, you know, aren't you gonna fix my arm? He goes, well, you just said you were in pain, so I told you fix the pain, right? Like, if we want things to be better, if we see libido as the disease rather than the symptom, we're not gonna treat the problem correctly. We wanna teach you if there's things like libido differences or other differences that are troubles in your troubles in your sexual relationship, not to necessarily see that as the problem, but to take a step back and go, hey, is that a symptom of a bigger problem that we need to deal with? And we're also going to tell you how to deal with those problems.
Yeah. Okay, I think there's two conflicting messages that get really, really difficult to understand. Because on the one hand, we often hear sex is awesome, sex is a gift from God, sex is amazing. And then on the other hand, we hear, so listen, if you don't want it, you need to just do it more. Now, if someone were to put a chocolate cake in front of me, they would not have to say to me, this is awesome. You should really want to eat this. In fact, you should want to eat it at least every 72 hours. Okay? And you should really enjoy it. You need to enjoy it. No, what they would have to say to me is, make sure it lasts at least 72 hours because it's going to be gone because I love chocolate cake. Like, if you love something, you're going to have it. And if sex is so amazing, then why shouldn't we want it? Or then why does it cause all of these problems? And maybe some of you are like, excuse me, do you want sex? Don't worry, there's lots coming for you too. But when we look at the problem as one person wants sex too much and one person doesn't want it enough, we're missing the issue. Because the issue is there's something else going on.
And so for those of you who are single here, it's going to apply to you as well too, because what we're going to talk about is not how to make a marriage work. We're going to talk about the keys of sexuality and how do we work through our sexuality. So you're still going to get something out of this. It's not only going to be about marriage, right? So because we know there are some people who are single.
A couple of years ago, I embarked on the largest research project that has ever been done in evangelicalism on what really impacts women's marital and sexual satisfaction. We surveyed 20,000 women, and we asked them a whole series of questions, at least 130 of them. And we were looking at, what messages have you believed and when did you believe them? And then we were able to measure how that impacted women's marital satisfaction, sexual satisfaction, orgasm rates, rates of sexual pain, everything like that. And that became our book, The Great Sex Rescue. I know many of you have seen that. What I want to share today, what we're going to share today is what we learned about what healthy sexuality really looks like in couples. Because libido isn't the problem. Because we found there are 5 things. Can we skip to that slide? It's after the picture of my book, I think. There are 5 things that really impact frequency. When couples have high marital satisfaction, when she frequently reaches orgasm, when they feel emotionally connected during sex, when there is no porn use, and when there is no sexual dysfunction, frequency pretty much takes care of itself. Okay? And that's true for men too. We went on to survey men and we found pretty much the same thing. Okay? High marital satisfaction, feel emotionally connected, no porn use. She enjoys it because he almost always does, let's face it. And there's no sexual dysfunction. This stuff matters. And so what we want to do today is we want to unpack those things.
And one of the things I want to say is Sheila always underplays how amazing this study was. Like, we did a survey of 20,000 women, yet blah, blah, blah. Hello, 20,000 women? Like, that's a massive study, right? Isn't that incredible? Yeah. The second thing is as a physician, right, we talk about different types of studies, right? This is not a poll. She didn't just ask 20,000 people, what do you think works in your sex life? She asked 20,000 people, hey, how is your sex life? How is your marriage? And then she said, hey, did you believe this growing up? Did you believe that growing up? Mm. And so and then what she did was she compared the groups. So if you believe these things, that takes you down a bad pathway. If you believe these things, it takes you down a good pathway. Because she gets a lot of pushback for being not biblical. You're not biblical because you don't tell women they need to have sex with their husbands even when they don't want to. That is a mentality that's out there. And she gets that kind of pushback. We're not telling you, we're not theologians. We're just telling you what we found. We asked people who believe those things get hurt. People who believe healthier things do well. If you have a theological problem with this, you got to reconcile reality to your theology rather than telling me I'm wrong and pulling out a Bible verse. Sorry, I went off script there. The first one, do you feel emotionally close during sex? Do you feel emotionally connected during sex? Now, this is a big thing, and I think especially for men, we tend to separate the physical and the emotional parts of sex. Culture does that in general, but I think particularly for men, we think of it as solely a physical thing. It's almost like, that's why you hear these quotes like, if your man is typical, he has a need you don't have. Because we think men want sex and women don't, because we define sex as physical. Men want this physical, experience. And women don't seem to want that. They want to cuddle and watch chick flicks. And we separate out, we say that physical and emotional. And I think it's almost like in our culture, and sadly even in the church, we've said sex is physical for guys and emotional for women. If that is your mentality, you are missing out on at least 50% of what God intended for you. Because I got something to tell you, God intended sex to be physical and emotional for both the husband and the wife. And if you want only half of the blessings that God wants to give you, keep believing that. But we're going to talk to you today about making sure that we understand that it's about connecting. It's about feeling close emotionally as well as physically.
If sex is supposed to be intimate, if God created sex to be the vehicle through which we physically enact the total knowing of each other, and yet you feel very disconnected, you feel like emotionally, I don't know you at all, then sex can actually end up feeling like a rejection. Because if you're just having your bodies meet, when you haven't opened up emotionally, it can feel like someone is saying, I want to use you without knowing you. And so sex can become dehumanizing. And instead of being something that draws you together, it ends up being something which makes you feel lonely and makes you feel very, very disconnected.
So we're going to talk about why you may not feel emotionally connected during sex. So that's our next slide.
It's a couple.
Slides? Oh,
there's three. There's a list of 3 things.
There we are.
Yeah.
So there's 3 reasons why you may not feel close during sex. Number 1 is your feelings about sex itself. What your impression of sex is might be off. The second one is that your personal sex relationship as a couple is off. Or the third one is the relationship as a whole is off. And this is not that you're doing something wrong. It just means that the pieces may not be lining up right, okay? And we're going to talk about each one of those in turn.
So first of all, your feelings about sex may be off. This one may have nothing to do with your spouse, okay? Your marriage may be awesome. It's just that you personally, and very likely both of you in different ways, have grown up with different messaging around sex that makes sex seem either dehumanizing or threatening or shameful or ugly or whatever it may be. And this can come from a whole variety of reasons. Of course, the biggest one is sexual trauma. So many of us are victims of sexual abuse. Some stats say 1 in 5 girls and 1 in 9 boys is a victim of sexual abuse before the age of 18. Other stats put it a lot higher depending on how you measure it. But this is a rampant problem, and it is not just a female problem. Again, this affects so many of us. And the thing about sexual trauma is that it's basically telling you, not only are you not safe, it's that somebody has the right to use you. That's an awful message to have felt in your body. It's like, again, it's a rejection of you as a person. And we carry that around. Now, we're not going to focus too much on trauma today, because I know that Hope4Life does a lot of that. But if that is your story, please, please, please get some help. There's amazing trauma therapies. There's amazing help for that now. And you do not need to live in that constant PTSD trauma response when it comes to sex, and yet so many of us do. You know, I also think I have this picture of Jesus on the cross. And do you realize he was stripped in public? He was whipped in public. You know, in many ways, he was a victim of sexual abuse too. And he took that on himself. He understands so much of what we experience. He isn't far from you, even if it felt like he was when that was happening. Just know that he was weeping with you. And when Jesus died and carried the sins, you know, we often focus on the fact that Jesus died for my sin, and he did. But he also died for all the things that were done to you. He wants to carry those as well, so they are not your burdens anymore. And I think that's an incredible healing message, and I hope that at this ministry you can get some of that healing, because you should not be living in that kind of trauma. But then there's also just the messaging around sex, and some of us who grew up with no sexual abuse, and some of us who had sexual abuse had a double whammy here, but you know, we just hear such terrible things about sex, right? I often get emails from parents saying, my 4-year-old daughter is masturbating all the time, and I'm telling her that's something that's only for her husband and she shouldn't be doing that, and no one should touch. Do you know, like, oh my goodness, that poor 4-year-old daughter is like, what is she gonna think? You know, she is not doing anything sexual. She's just like, oh, this feels neat. Right? But a lot of us have that messaging.
But by the way, as a pediatrician, if you're looking for how to deal with that with your kids, quick and easy way, it's like picking your nose. And we just don't do that in public, okay? I don't want to see that. Go do that somewhere else. Don't make a big deal out of it. Don't shame these. They're just kids. They're just learning about their bodies.
But many of us also have a lot of sexual shame. I remember a story of a man named Alan who wrote into our blog. And when he was 10 or 11, he found a porn magazine. And he was up in his room and he was masturbating for the first time. And right then his parents started to really, really fight. And the next day his dad walked out and left. And in his little mind, he always equated the two things. So him masturbating and his parents' marriage breaking up. And he saw it as like God punishing him for what he did, which caused so much shame. And then the more shame he felt, the worse he felt about himself, the more he masturbated to deal with the shame. And it was just this terrible cycle. And many of us have stories like that too.
And the amount of shame we heap on women about their bodies. How many of you have ever heard, you know, women need to be very careful how they dress so they don't make their brothers stumble? Have you heard that? Be careful how you dress so you don't make your brothers stumble. You're a stumbling block. Okay, my daughter, when she was just starting to develop as a woman, got pulled aside by a female church leader to be told that message. She's a kid. Okay? We make women feel bad about their bodies. We make women feel their bodies are dangerous. There's something wrong with them. And then we expect women to enjoy sex, which is a physical experience in your body. You know, we need to change our messages. And then when women don't respond because of all the bad teaching we've done, we tell them, well, you had better respond because he's going to stray or he's going to turn to porn. right? Or he's gonna, he's gonna explode after 3 days because that's what happens. And we call this and Sheila talks about GSR. If I ever say GSR, I mean Great Sex Rescue.
It's just
It's like GSR. So in GSR, Sheila talks about this called the obligation sex message. And the idea is that once you're married, it's your duty and you need to. And the stupid thing is that most guys don't want duty sex, right? But they keep harping on this because they sort of feel like it's either duty sex or no sex. We're going to throw that entire thing out the window. Actually, no. Put it in a dumpster, burn it, throw it into the middle of the ocean. Okay? We want to take totally away from obligation. And I'll tell you, this is not me up here preaching as someone who knows it all and has always known it all and is perfect and has a chance to judge you, because I'm not like that. Because it's the exact opposite. And this is where I'm going to get real for a second with you guys, because early on in our marriage, I bought that obligation sex message, hook, line, and sinker. Young man in the church being told, wait till your wedding day and it's going to be amazing, everything's going to be perfect, right? And I waited, and I did my part, God, and I held out to that wedding night. And then my wife had vaginismus. And if you've never heard of vaginismus, what that is it's a sexual dysfunction for women where the muscles of the vaginal wall tighten. And so sex is either painful or even impossible. Penetration is painful or impossible. And I would give anything to be able to be up on the stage and tell you that my response to my wife was tenderness and compassion and patience. But I would be a liar because that was not my response. I take responsibility for what I did. I'm not trying to blame other people's teaching. But I'll tell you, having been taught these toxic things and having internalized them, I was primed to now see this as me being deprived of something, rather than us as a couple having a problem to work through. And again, I don't want to blame other people. I take responsibility for what I did. But we are so passionate about teaching how harmful this is because we saw the devastation it did in the first years of our marriage because of my selfishness. And I don't think I'm a bad man. I just think I was taught badly. And I reacted badly. And that's why we wrote The Good Guy's Guide to Great Sex. I want to save all these other young men from being as stupid as me and doing it that way. Instead, we're going to talk about getting rid of entitlement. Sex is not something you're entitled to now that you've married her. You put a ring on it, so now she said yes every time. Consent doesn't matter anymore. All that nonsense. Sex is something that we experience together. It's a mutual thing. It's not a my need or your need, it's an our need.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's many other messages that we can internalize. They can mean that our feelings about sex are off. But let me tell you the story about Kay that is in the Great Sex Rescue. So she got married, and every 3 days she initiated sex. She went to her husband, said, "Hey baby, let's get it on," whatever it might be. And this went on for like 3 years. And Kay started to feel really, really undesirable. And she went to her husband and she's like, "You never initiate. I'm always the one who initiates. Like, you never chase me. Like, am I not attractive? Like, what is going on?" And he completely looked bewildered. And he said to her, "I was just trying to keep up with you." And she's like, "Well, what do you mean?" And he's like, "Well, you want it all the time." And she's like, "No, I don't. It's just that we're supposed to have sex every 3 days." And he said, "Well, where did you hear that?" And she said, "Well, it's in all the marriage books for women that he needs it every 72 hours. And so I was just trying to do the right thing." And he said, "I do not need it every 72 hours." And so they made a deal that from now on, nobody would initiate unless they really wanted it. And they've settled into about once or twice a week, and her husband initiates now, and they're much happier. But she thought, I need to do this or he's gonna explode, or something bad's gonna happen. You know, and this.
And I wanna say too, sometimes, you know, if you aren't having sex as much as you want to, you can be cranky and you can be grumpy. I wanna say, if that's your issue, that's your issue, okay? Own that. Like, cause I would be grumpy if I didn't get what I wanted, you know? And I thought that was her fault because she didn't give me sex. No, it was my fault because I wasn't dealing with my anger issues. I wasn't being a grown-up, I wasn't being a big boy. You know? Sorry,
Yeah, no, it's really good.
off script again.
Okay, so our feelings about sex can be off. Also, our sex life can simply be off. The way that we relate to each other in the bedroom can be really off. Some of that can be because we're really pushing the boundaries. We're really stressing, let's get adventurous, let's get kinky, let's do all these weird things. And look, we're gonna be talking in a minute about how there's supposed to be freedom in the bedroom. You can get your jollies on, like there's nothing wrong with that, okay? Multiple positions, like go for it. But if we're saying that sex can only be good if we push and push and push and push, then we're not relying on intimacy making sex good. We're trying to do all of these, we have a view of sex where it is hot because we are doing weird things, not it is hot because I am hot for my spouse, and because we are really close and vulnerable, we feel like being adventurous. Do you see the difference? You know, when you aim to be super kinky, it doesn't actually matter who you're with. But instead, when you're like, no, I am totally into you, and we feel close, then sure, get adventurous. But a lot of people are putting pressure on their spouses to do things that your spouse is uncomfortable with. And that can seriously wreck trust, it can wreck your relationship, and it'll certainly wreck your sex life. I got an email from one woman who said, I do not like sex toys. I really don't like them. I just like being intimate with my husband. I like feeling like we're close. But we'll be right in the middle of something and I'll be really, really aroused and he'll pull out a vibrator. And I'll still have an orgasm, but I told him I don't want that. And she'll be really upset about this and he doesn't understand because, hey, you're having an orgasm. She said no. And he did it anyway. You know, that is actually sexual assault. And there can be sexual assault in marriage. In fact, there is sexual assault in roughly 20 to 25% of marriages. It's not okay. Just because you have a ring on it does not mean that you can now do anything you want to do. People can still say no. And that's very, very important to understand. And so think about it this way. Coercion is any time you feel like you're not safe saying no, okay? If you are not able to freely say no, you can't freely say yes. And so you can never really have consent in your marriage. And so why may you not freely feel like you can freely say no? If you feel like if I don't have sex, my spouse will be really, really grumpy, or I need to have sex to regulate their emotions so they don't yell at the kids, or so they don't yell at me, or I need to give them sex because I got an email from a woman, I need to give him sex before we have small group at our house, because if I don't give him sex, he'll say something that will embarrass me in public. You know, or I need to have sex before we go to the beach, because otherwise he'll stare at all the women and make me feel really uncomfortable. You know, so if you need to have sex to prevent something bad from happening, you're not consenting. That is coercion. And it will kill trust, it will kill everything in your marriage, and it is wrong. And I can give lots of other examples, you know, if you don't have access to money unless you have sex. Obviously, if someone is physically forcing you or pulling the sex toy out without your permission, that is coercion. If someone is, assault. That's actually assault, yes. If someone is constantly quoting Bible verses at you, you need to be submissive. You can't deprive. That is both coercive and spiritually abusive. And it needs to stop. It needs to stop.
And no good person wants that kind of sex. You know, we want to have mutual, enjoyable, intimate sex. So, you know, now, if you are in a relationship where you are mutual and things are good and you're not coercive and everything seems happy, but you're still like, are we allowed to do that? You know, like, we're Christians. Do Christians do that? You know, we get a lot of questions, that kind of stuff. And we've got a list. Do we do a slide in this one? The list of the 5 things?
I think it's the next slide, yeah.
It's the next slide?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Okay, these are our 5 tips. We're not going to tell you what you can or can't do. Okay?
If you want to ask questions, you
Exactly.
can, like, later on.
It's not that I'm embarrassed about using any of the language, because I am a physician and Sheila talks about this all the time. But I'm not going to prescribe what you should or shouldn't do in your bedroom. That's none of my business, right? That's between you, your spouse, and God, right? That's not my thing. But these are things that we feel are principles to use when making those decisions. And the first one is, you have freedom, right? I mean, the Bible says that all things are lawful, but not all things are expedient, right? We have the Holy Spirit. We know what's right, what's wrong for us. Trust that. Number 2 is, don't ever make your spouse feel degraded or uncomfortable. If you have to make your spouse feel degraded or uncomfortable to feel sexually aroused, you have some issues you need to work on. Work on those issues instead. Number 3, if you don't agree, don't do it. Don't push your spouse to do something they don't want to do. What is that going to get you? Like, does that mean, what you're saying when you do that is that this act is more important to me than you?
Yeah.
Don't ever say that to your spouse. Number 4, it's always just the 2 of you. This may be obvious to some people, but not as much these days. So it's the Christian idea of marriage is 2 people by themselves, no one else. That's what we're talking about. And that includes mentally, not just physically, in your mind, being pure that way. And number 5 is, and this is kind of the key. So those ones are all very tick the boxes. This is the one that's a little bit more, it's a little bit more hazy, but it's the most important one, right? Is what you're doing designed to enhance the intimacy that you have with each other? Or is it really just a pleasure kick thing? I mean, like, are we looking to, with doing this other thing, are we trying to get closer? Is this going to bring us closer together? Is this going to make us feel good together? Is this going to grow our relationship? Is this going to make us feel have more fun? You know, is it going to be a great thing for both of us? Then go ahead. But if it's really a selfish thing, or if it's something that it's not meant to build the relationship, then you really should think about that.
Yeah. You know, this is an interesting thing, because we're old now. At least I feel like we're getting old. But I remember
Well, she was talking about the font. I'm like, oh my gosh, yeah, it's almost.
Yeah. I remember growing up in the 80s, and there were things that just were not joked about or talked about then that today 11-year-olds joke and talk about.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, we've really stretched the boundaries of what is considered, you know, normal, what is considered like what we should be looking for in marriage. And a lot of that is because of pornography. And if you think about the effects of pornography and what pornography shows, you know, there's certain things that are easier to look enticing on porn than other things. Like, it is very difficult to make the missionary position look hot. And so a lot of the stuff that is done in porn is actually quite degrading towards women especially. It's using her in a way. And so these things have often become normal now because they're everywhere. And this is something which has been steadily happening more and more over the last few generations. Now, I think that what often occurs is that people have sex because they want that rush. They want that connection. And then they know something's missing. So they're like, okay, well, I guess we weren't hot enough, so we're going to stretch the boundaries again. We're going to do something even hotter. And it still isn't enough. And so they do more and more and more. Because what they're not understanding is that the thing that makes it hot is actually intimacy. Like, it's actually really, really knowing who you are and being able to be completely vulnerable. That's what makes things really hot. And I know that sounds strange, but so many studies have shown this. like the key to a woman's orgasm is kissing during sex and being able to tell him what she wants. Those two things.
Highly correlated.
Yeah, like it's not getting your freak on, okay? Not that there's anything wrong with many freaky things, but it's feeling like we're connected. That's what actually gets her hot. And it's the same thing with guys too. The guys with the most satisfying sex lives are the guys who feel emotionally connected. And so when we are focusing on activities, like specific activities that will fix our sex life, rather than working on just how do we live out an intimate sex life in the bedroom, we're gonna fail. If we think we can buy it at a shop, we're not gonna get there. And so we just need to rethink our attitude.
That was really awesome. I have no idea now though.
Oh, we're right here.
That was all off script, by the way. That was amazing. I was just like, wow, that's so cool. That was good. We're not against doing other things, you know, like oral sex, you know,
Well, yeah.
manual stimulation, stuff like that. The big thing I find is amazing is the church talks a lot about oral sex for men, right? Like, and this makes me mad. You see it in books all the time. Like when you're at postpartum and you can't anymore, then, you know, help them out, right? That kind of thing. And I find this bothers me, right? It's like, dude, she just pushed a baby out of her pelvis. Like, you can take a break, okay? Like, you're not gonna die for 6 weeks, okay? Like, come on, guys. You know, and so when we're talking about things outside of, you know, sexual intercourse, it's got to be something that's building a relationship. Is that building the relationship? You know, that's building obligation and all those things. And what we don't hear talked about in the church is the fact that for women, achieving orgasm through sexual intercourse is actually one of the least likely ways to get to orgasm. Manual stimulation and oral stimulation are more reliable ways to get women to orgasm. When have you heard that in church before? You know, so I think we need to adjust how we talk about the things other than intercourse, and really make it about building the relationship and doing what helps both people to experience all that they can.
Mm-hmm. And I do need to say a plug here. I've heard there's so many books out there that tell her your period is a difficult time for your husband.
Yeah, dude, guys, as men, okay? I want you to picture this, okay? You're bleeding out of your genitals. Your stomach is tied in knots. And someone comes along and says, hey, you know, the most important thing is for you to think about other people at this time.
Yeah.
You're like, no, dude, I'm thinking about me right now. I'm going to the doctor. I mean, it's crazy.
So, you know, her period is a time to run her a bath, like give her a massage, make dinner. Like it's not a time to say, hey, can you satisfy me another way since your vagina's off limits. Okay?
But it's the entitlement mindset, right? The entitlement mindset. I mean, she's in pain, she's bleeding. And our thought is, what about me? Right? And it's not our fault as guys. Well, it is our fault, but it's not all our fault because society has taught us badly. It's taught us that we're entitled to sex. We are not entitled to sex. If this is making you guilty, I want you to look in the mirror tonight, you go home and go, you are not entitled to sex. We need to own that. We need to build a relationship where sex naturally flows. And I'll tell you, if you invest that time and energy and you make a relationship that's good, sex will flow and it will be amazing. But it won't be if you hold on to entitlement. We have to ditch entitlement. We just do.
And women can have entitlement too.
Mm-hmm.
And often when the woman in the marriage has the higher sex drive, she can approach her husband in ways that are very detrimental. What's wrong with you?
Mm-hmm.
Like, are you not a man? Like, men are supposed to want sex. Like, what's wrong with you? What are you? And she can make him feel very insecure. In a way that isn't always the case the other way around. Because we have this image that men always want it and women never do. And if it's flipped for you, then we can really undermine how he feels about himself. And so negotiating, you know what? We just want things at different levels. Let's figure out how we can work on the relationship and get somewhere where we're each giving to one another. That's a good thing to do, but don't belittle your spouse in the middle of that. All of these things, whether it's obligation, whether it's sexual trauma, whether it's the bad messaging we've had about sex, whether it's sexual shame in your past, all of these things make sex feel very, very unsafe. And you cannot have a good sex life if one of you feels unsafe. And sometimes we feel unsafe because of our pasts, because of the messaging that we've had, and sometimes we feel unsafe because of what's actually happening in the relationship. And so if that is your story, you need to think about how can we build safety? Not how can we have good sex, but how can we build safety? Because safety is the most important thing here. For some people, that may mean let's just take sex, let's take intercourse off the table for a couple of weeks so that we can see that nobody's gonna explode. Nobody's gonna like be grumpy, like we can still function without sex, so you know that there is no obligation, you know that there is no entitlement. Sometimes it means taking his orgasm off the table for a couple of weeks so that she can understand that sex can be for me too. So, we'll get to this later on, but if he's been having orgasms for like 17 years and she never has, he can wait for a bit. Just
2 weeks is not too much. After 17 years, 2 weeks is not too much.
Or 2 months, whatever. But we need to figure out as a couple what is going to make us feel safe, because you cannot build a sex life when there isn't safety. Okay.
Right. So the next point is your relationship might just be off. We talked about your view of sex might be off, your sex life might be off, or your relationship might be off. And that doesn't necessarily mean something wrong with your marriage, right? Because we all go through phases, we go through seasons, right? Go through times where maybe one spouse is working away, from the home, or you got you got 2 or 3 small kids, you get no sleep. Sex kind of goes on the back burner during those years. And we need to be healthy and realize that, things ebb and flow. And we need to realize that this is a phase and we're going to get out of this and it's okay. We're in this together. And sometimes we get so, we want to fix things right now. And it's like we need to just have a big picture view and just chill a little bit, right?
I think that's one of the problems too with thinking that there is this one ideal of what our sex life should look like, and that is going to be the same for the rest of our lives.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe you got married and you were jumping each other 5 times a week. 2 in the afternoon, we're having quickies, it was great. And now it's 9 years in, and you've got these little kids, and you're only having sex twice a week if you're lucky, maybe even, not even once a week, but you enjoy it when you do, but somehow you feel like you're failing because you're not having the quickies, you're not doing it 5 times a week anymore. And it's what, if you're happy, be happy. You're not kids anymore, right? You got little ones yourself. Or maybe it's 35 years later, she's going through menopause and she can't figure out if she's hot for him or just hot. And sometimes
it's a 180.
And sometimes you can be in the middle of things and you can be having a great time and all of a sudden just get off of it. Where's the fan? And so you think it's gotta be the same way it was. It's no, you're allowed to grow. Things change. You're allowed to grow. And the main thing is let's just check in and see how we are. And if we are good and if we're enjoying what we're doing, it doesn't matter if it doesn't look the same as it did 10 years ago. That's all right. Also, you may not feel safe, and if your relationship is off outside of the bedroom, your relationship's going to be off inside the bedroom. And the problem is that when our relationship is off, we're kind of prickly with each other, we're not really connecting. A lot of people can turn to sex so that they feel close without doing the work of actually being close and connecting. And sex can't work like that. We can try to make it work like that, but sex cannot create connection in and of itself, and it can't fix relationship problems. We actually, anyone who knows anything about surveys knows that there's a real problem with figuring out what's correlation and what's causation. Like if two things happen at the same time, does it mean that one thing caused each other? Or is there something else that caused both of those things to happen, you know? And we did a lot of work trying to tease this stuff out in our survey, and we looked at other surveys too. And what we basically found is that like, when it comes to sex and marital satisfaction, there is a little bit of a chicken and the egg, like which comes first, right? Marital satisfaction, if you have high marital satisfaction, your sexual satisfaction is certainly going to be better. And if you have high sexual satisfaction, your marital satisfaction tends to be better. Yes, except when there are real marriage problems, it doesn't matter how good sex is. If you feel like your opinion doesn't count in the marriage, if you feel like you aren't listened to in the marriage, it doesn't matter how good the sex life is, your marriage is still going to feel off. And so sex cannot fix marriage issues. The connection has to really come first. And a lot of us are expecting sex to be the one thing that makes us close. And we're not willing to open up outside the bedroom. And that's holding us back.
Mm-hmm. And again, this is not just for men, but I think particularly for men, this temptation to use sex for things sex was not meant for, like to generate a sense of connection, rather than it flowing out of the connection that you have with your spouse, right? And it's, again, it's not totally our fault because of the way we were raised. You know, I don't know about you guys, but as a boy, you know, being raised, you get made fun of if you cry or if you're scared or those sort of things. And from a very young age, boys are taught to not show their emotions. If you show your emotions, if you talk about your emotions, you're weak in some way. You're less of a man in some way. Now, thankfully, that's changing. And I think that Hope4Life is a great place that doesn't teach that kind of garbage, you know, but it's out there. It's out there. And we men have tended to buy it up. And so then you're grown up as a boy and you have these feelings and all you know is you're not allowed to feel them. And so you just bottle them up and you never learn how to deal with them. You don't even learn how to put names on them. You don't even learn how to say, I'm feeling insecure right now. Because to admit that you were insecure would be a bad thing. You can't let that happen. You need to be stronger, you know? And then what happens is, so for so many men, we turn to sex as our way of feeling validated, you know, of feeling manly, of feeling strong. And all those things, because we know that'll make us feel the way we want to feel in our hearts. And we use sex for something that was never meant for. Instead, we need to step back and we need to go, why? These are real important needs. A need for affirmation, a need to be confident in myself as a man, a need to feel valued. These are all valid needs, but that's not what sex is for. And that's putting such a burden on my wife and on our relationship to meet needs that they're not supposed to be met there. We'd be so much healthier as men if we just learned to deal with those things, to label those emotions, to be able to express them, and to be able to come to the bedroom not looking for something to make me feel better, but coming to the bedroom with something that I have to offer, so that together the two of us can make something amazing. If the only thing you can give your wife is your body, right? You have some work to do, guys. We need to be able to give her our heart. You know, we need to be able to share those deep levels. I think that this is I'm probably preaching to the converted in this crowd, you know, but it's better saying again, you know, we need to talk about these things. We need to embrace who we are because, you know, we're not just physical beings. We're emotional beings. We're spiritual beings. And if we only live in one small part of who we are as men, we're going to miss out on so much of what God wants, not just in sex, but just in life, right? So I got off script a little bit there again, sorry.
We like off script.
We have a grandson who is 3 years old, and I can tell you purely objectively that he is the most perfect 3-year-old child that has ever lived. But my daughter, Rebecca, who is one of the co-hosts of the Beer Marriage podcast, and she's a co-author on The Great Sex Rescue, I love watching how she parents him. She went through psychology. She's very up on cognitive development. And the way she talks to him is like, oh, Alex, you look like you are feeling frustrated. Are you feeling frustrated right now? Sometimes when we are frustrated, it's because we can't get something to work and you kind of feel like this. Is that how you're feeling right now? And it's like, oh, Alex, you look like you are sad. Can I sit with you and we can be sad together for a moment? And that child has so many words for all different emotions because she has been teaching him to recognize them.
That's awesome.
And then you don't have to fix them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you look sad. What's wrong? You look sad. Are you sad? It's not fun being sad. You know, like, just live with them, right?
Yeah, yesterday, this is Oscar. Yesterday, she called me. She was in the car and she was saying, "Yeah, we just come back from play. We had to leave early because he was being a little bit rough." And Alex said, "Yes." We started off, it was a good day, but then it was a bad day. But he has words for things, and he knows that it's okay to feel those things. A lot of us were not given permission to recognize what different feelings are in our bodies. We don't actually know how to tell the difference between frustration and anxiety and rejection and all of these different emotions because we were never given permission or words. And that's not just a male thing. It can also be if you grew up in a home where if you showed anything other than happiness, you were a threat.
Amen.
And it meant you didn't love God. You should be grateful in everything. Be grateful. You know?
Your parents love you.
And so you didn't learn how to share emotions. And what that means is that you are an emotional being, but it's all in here. And he's an emotional being, and it's all in there. And so how can we really know each other if we don't even know ourselves? And it causes our relationship to be off. And so we need to learn how to open up, and so that we can look inside, but then so that we can let our spouse look inside too. And for those of you who are not married, this applies to all of us, that we need to learn how to identify what we're feeling, what we're thinking, that it's not just, women are allowed to be sad and happy, and men are allowed to be angry and happy.
And horny.
And horny, But that's about it. But no, there's a whole range of things out there that we experience. It's amazing when you read the Bible, just seeing all the different emotions Jesus shows, and even all the different emotions we see of God in the Old Testament. God has a range of emotions. We're allowed to be emotional, but sometimes we don't. We want to connect, right? Isn't that what our hearts most want? Is we want to be fully known and still fully accepted and fully loved. That's the cry that we have. But how can we be fully known if we don't know how to talk about it? And so I want to give you a little exercise. Okay, married couples can do this together, but it's a great one to do even just with your kids or with friends or whatever. But one thing we started doing when Keith was working away from home a lot, we would talk at the end of the night on the phone, and we would just say, what was the point today where you felt the most in the grave? Like, God is working through you. I feel this surge. This is what I was put on this earth to do. Yes, I'm amazing. Like, what is that point? A lot of people do like the high-low. It's not really like your best moment, because your best moment might have been like, I won the lottery. I mean, you should probably share that if you won the lottery, but like that's not what I mean. I mean the point where you felt, this is me. Like, this is, God is working. I am in the groove. And it might even have just been when you cleaned the room and it's like, wow, this looks amazing. It might have been an interaction with a customer. It might have been talking to your kid, whatever it was. When were you the most in the groove? And then when were you the most defeated? Like, when did you just feel, oh, this is so discouraging. I hate this. And those are two emotional snapshots. And when you can share that with your spouse, that really opens up lines of communication. My youngest daughter, not the one with the kids, the other one, she is a major extrovert. right? Like she's just so extroverted and she talks to everybody and she's just a little butterfly. She's amazing. And she married a military man who's very stoic. They're actually really good together, but it's an interesting mix. And what she loves to do is go for a walk. Because she and I, growing up, we homeschooled her, and every day I would go for major walks with Katie, and she would just talk the whole time. And so Katie and David go for walks. And David just loves it. He just holds her hand, and he goes for, and he feels like, I am the most amazing person, because look at me, I am walking with my wife, I am supporting her. And one day early in their relationship, they went for a walk. She made this amazing breakfast, which he really enjoyed. He helped her fix something for her work, and he felt like, I am so in the groove. And by lunchtime, she was crying. And he was like, what's the matter? I mean, what's going on? I don't understand. We had the best morning of our lives together, and you're crying. And she said, is something wrong? You haven't said a word. And he's like, well, I was listening to you. And this is the problem. Sometimes we just don't talk because one of you is an introvert, one of you is an extrovert. And so when the introvert walks in the door and the extrovert says, what did you do today? And the introvert goes, I mean, what am I supposed to say? I had 5 client meetings. I went to the bank at lunch. Like, what do you want to know? Like, it's a terrible question to ask an introvert. What did I do today? Like, I mean,
so many things.
So if instead you just say, hey, when were you in the group? When were you the most defeated? I don't need to hear about the 5 client meetings. Like, just tell me the moment, And this is a really good exercise to start doing. When we started doing this, I started to realize my moment that I was the most defeated was the same every single day. It was when I checked my email, and it was just overwhelming. Maybe for you, it's like, if you do this exercise, it's like, oh yeah, it was when I talked to my mom. Right, like whatever it might be. And then you realize, maybe I should put boundaries around my relationship with my mom, Like it can open up worlds to you if you start sharing this. So that's a great exercise to do, even around the table at dinner with your kids, whatever, but it lets you in emotionally. And it can give you words to things that you didn't know how to express.
Yeah. And so, and if you're not a person who finds it easy to share deep emotional things, it's a really nice structured way of doing that, helps you to do that.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Lackey and Giovanna back up.
Yes, we only covered 1 of the 5. This was the biggest one. I do want to say we are going to get to like the orgasm stuff, but we want to do it later in the day to give y'all an incentive to stay. Okay? So there you go.
Jesús, gracias. Wow. Are you guys having fun? Yeah. Are we having fun?
Has anyone never struggled with any of these problems? Please let me raise your hand. Oh, only
Never?
you? Oh, that's wonderful.
Never?
So, and David is not now.
Sounds like counterfeit comfort.
Yeah, it is counterfeit comfort. Did y'all hear what she said many times? We think, so many of us think all our problems are physical, and so many of the things, whether we eat too much, drink too much, watch too much porn, masturbate too much, have sex problems, have marriage problems, whatever problem with our kids, it's all coming from the emotion. And we want to fix everything but the emotion. Is that just me? We want to fix everything, but we don't want to get to the root of our problems, right? Just a thought. I lost the crowd already. I guess only Giovanna and me struggle with this.
No, I think we're all thinking we're all doing a lot of thinking. Aren't you guys?
Yeah.
I'm sitting there and my brain is going, poof, 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 poof. Oh Oh my goodness, oh my
Is your
goodness.
brain going?
There's all these little parts going on and realizing what a blessing. It doesn't matter how old you are to be able to have a chance to listen to this.
And have
Whether
great
you're
sex.
have not started marriage yet, whether you just began a marriage, whether you've been married, like we've been married for 34 years. I mean, this
Or
is,
you've been married 2 or 3 times. You're planning to get married.
again, I mean, isn't this amazing? Like, are you getting like the words and saying, oh, this is what I've been doing to my spouse, or this is what it has been done to me? And to be able to put the words, one of the things is to be able to express, this is what I've been feeling, this is what's been happening with me. I think to me, that is priceless. It's amazing. So, where are we going with this?
Well, we just wanted to, well, first of all, welcome everybody. I want to welcome everyone who's here for the first time. Are there any first timers? Can you just stand up for a moment, please?
Well, don't-
Just for a moment. Just first timers, just stand up.
We're embarrassed.
And our first timers, you get a welcome package too. This class that we have here today is not the usual that we have speakers come once in a while, but every Saturday we do what we call live classes. And most of the time it's Lucky and Giovanna or some of the members of the Hope4Life team share, and we're trying to help people connect why the behavior. Not how do you stop the behavior, but why do you have the behavior? So we meet every Saturday here from 9 to 12, and the classes are amazing, right, guys? It's like, and we encourage you to come on Saturdays. If this is your first time, come back. Maybe Sheila won't be here, but Lucky and Giovanna are here, and all of us are here to love each other and walk this process through. But then something magical happens on Thursdays. We sit down, men with men, women with women, and we have support groups every Thursdays from 7 p.m. to around 10 p.m. We keep adding another half an hour. But it's a time to actually share what came up on Saturday. So if you have questions that are not, like you couldn't get to talk to someone about today, like you've been struggling with something and what they were saying really resonated with you, come on Thursday, we will talk about it. We're very vulnerable on Thursdays.
And Saturday.
And Saturdays, yeah. Saturdays, yeah, especially. But if you have questions or you want to share, I've been struggling with this. I mean, this is a place to do it. Now, we also have a support group in Spanish led by Fabiola, who's right here. So if anybody that you know would really benefit from this class, from these classes or support groups, invite them over. A lot of the times on Saturdays, the Spanish-speaking women who come that don't understand English, they will use Google Translate, and it's amazing because they're getting a lot of it, and they come back on Thursday and they discuss. So you can invite your loved ones that don't speak any English, but that's not all that we do. So Lucky and Giovanna meet one-on-one with anyone who wants to sit and really dig deep. I mean, really deep. The meetings that they have are not 20 minutes, 30 minutes. It's not 1 hour like on therapy or 15 minutes where they say, okay, time is up. And you're like, just starting, you know? They meet with us sometimes 3, 4, 5 hours.
6, 7.
6, 7. Yeah. Giorgio and I say that they come in with a hazmat suit and dig through our poop, right? And sometimes it's really hard to be vulnerable, but I think they make it pretty easy. So this is what Hope4Life is about. And if you have never experienced anything like this, and you're wondering if this is a cult, no.
Yes.
Or yes.
Yes.
Whatever the answer may be that makes you want to come back again.
If you want us to be a cult, we'll be a cult. If
Yes.
you want us to be Christian, we'll be Christian. My mic's not working. If you want us to be atheist, we'll be atheist, agnostic, whatever you need. Just as long as you get well.
Yes.
And you get to the root of your problem. And you can live in freedom and peace. Because there is freedom.
Yes.
There really is. It's not just something out there. It's not after you die.
Yes.
That's not what Jesus said. He said the kingdom is here now. He didn't say when you die. You're all waiting to die. So you can enjoy.
When is it?
And have sex, and have good sex. When we die, we'll have great sex. That's what the Bible says,
Oh,
right?
Gary is close.
No, it's true. But this is how we live. This is not what we say. This is just how we live. I mean, I'm being very real, right? Giovanna and me have struggled with all of these things and something else. And I don't know about her, I won't speak for her, better than I've ever been in my life. I'm not perfect, but I'm comfortable in my skin. I can see the Bible happening in my life for the first time in my life. Ask my wife, ask my children, ask my grandchildren, don't ask anybody else. And I'm not perfect, they'll all tell you that. But I'm better than I've ever been. So yeah, okay, we have the support groups, we have the classes, Joanna and me, we'll meet with you one-on-one if you go to Hope4Life, because we are certified counselors. And then we have the team, the whole team backing all of this up. Can the team please stand up? The team,
No,
the team.
Hope4Life team, welcome. Thank you, guys.
So some of you are here for the first time, thank you. And we all back each other up, because it takes a community to get well. You don't get well on your own. And if whatever you're doing isn't working, guess what? It's not going to start working all of a sudden. That's a sign of a crazy person, according to Einstein. If you want to argue about that, go talk to Albert Einstein. Okay. And plus, also, did I see something? Also, we take everybody's phone calls, we reply everybody's texts. It's not only every one-on-one meetings. If you're having a problem right away, you call me, I'll get to you.
I'm calling you right now, Leslie.
Oh, thank you very much.
Lucky girl. Also, well,
She's lucky.
you know, one of the things is,
And
like
we
he
bring-
says, he's never been better. He allows me to be hot, not hot for him in the room. I was like, oh my God. Like, oh, that's Lucky, get close to me. Just move, please, move.
But now he doesn't take it personal.
Yeah, I used to take it personally because she was rejecting me, right? Because I'm rejectable.
So, like, make up your mind. I mean, you want me to be close to you or you want me to be away? No, I want you to be close to me, but when you come, it's like, oh my God, just move, let me get my feet out the blanket. So then the AC is like full blast, and I'm like here, and he has a hoodie, he has socks, he has a jacket. He has a face mask.
I love it. I know that exact image.
The strings pulled. The strings pulled, bro.
He puts a beanie to sleep. That's how he puts a
Yeah,
beanie.
but why is the house so cold?
Because you want it for her.
Because it's for her. I go to people's houses and I ask the husbands, why is this house so warm? And the wife is having menopause, and it's because he feels cold. And I'm like, what's wrong with you, man?
Electric bill is.
The best one. The electric bill is gonna go up. I'm like, who gives a shit? Who cares? But this is how people operate. I'm cooling down the house for her. People come to the house and says it's too cold. I'm wearing a beanie, a fur jacket, socks, because she needs to be comfortable. We go to people's houses who we work with, who come to Hope4Life. We're telling them to love their wives. What's all that? I'm talking. And the temperature is up because they can't spend a few bucks for their wives to be comfortable. I'm like, this is not a real conversation. But these are real conversations.
So anyway, thank you, Len.
Okay, darling. Yeah, we were having dinner yesterday, and I was like sitting next to her and doing this, and I said, Giovanna, and you're like, she was having a hot flash in the restaurant, weren't she? And we were just not even having, we were having dinner.
He's like, are you
Or were you?
Trying to have dinner.
Who is coming up now?
I don't know, who's coming up now?
As the people.
Is it you? So come up then.
As they come up.
Oh, Brandon, are you coming up or?
So I'm gonna share a poem, talk about group sharing. I've heard from several different people. This last week has been very heavy in different ways for different people, but also perfect timing. Perfect timing for you guys being here as well. So the poem that I shared is called Porn and Ice Cream. And here it goes. I scream, you scream, we all scream for porn and ice cream. Wait, what? That can't be right. I'm heading home from work tonight. To be quite honest, my last hour was a fight. I just want to Netflix and chill by myself with all my might. I want my stress to be gone, out of mind and out of sight. In my car, I have a split second. Do I turn left or do I turn right? Do I stop at the store or head home for the night? Resting with you is what I should do, right? I just want a bite, a vanilla Swiss almond delight. At this point, who cares about my diet? I don't want to think about the consequences if I choose to buy it. I want a temporary comfort to make me feel all right. My heart feels heavy. I feel darkness encroaching and approaching my life. Can I be true? Can I tell you the truth? Let me tell you what I'm going through. I sincerely want the real thing, but I'm dispirited and blue. I feel like a monkey trapped in the urban zoo. No matter what I do, I have a hard time reaching you. My hand slipped through, my grip does too. My eyesight is waning and I'm losing my view. It's not just the ice cream that's calling me too. I'm inordinately transfixed by this momentary fix. I know that tricks are for the kids, but I like these vids. These porno vids, these videos are neurotransmitters out of control. My dopamine levels got me feeling swole. I scream, you scream, we all scream for porn and ice cream. What's this I see in front of my screen? I need to clear my eyes. I need some Visine. Wow, that was perfect. Executed poetic timing. Excuse me for my bold words. I'm not trying to be grimy. I scream, you scream, we all scream for porn and ice cream. Yeah, I said it. Come fight me. Stop judging me for my being. You see, I gotta stop eating porn and drinking ice cream. The combo effect has not been nice to me. I keep staying in a cycle of fantasy to fantasy. I keep repeating the cycle of what was done to me. Porn and ice cream is often a sign that I'm feeling lonely. I'm feeling lonely. Instead of this, could you hold me? Healthy touch? Would this be too much? I need intimacy. What a nice cream. One of the things I just wanted to say with my journey, I started that poem when I was working at a nonprofit, and I would come home stressed, and I was by myself, and I always had that choice of, do I just indulge in pornography? Do I disconnect? Do I abandon my heart? And I started that journey, but then when I got here, the journey really went further, where I had to really connect with people. And one of the things I just wanted us to share with those that are maybe thinking to be on their healing journey, or maybe this is your first time being here, there are other people that are here that can join you on your journey, that can be honest, that can be healthy, that can be truthful. You're not the only person going through it. And that's what I used to think a lot for myself. I'm the only one that's going through this. That's it. But there's tons of people. In fact, there's probably millions of people that are also going through the same thing. And so I want to say you're welcome, you're seen, you're heard, and you're part of this journey. And wherever you are on the journey, there's other people that are going through the same thing too.
Let's give it up one more time for Gary Francis.
Actually, part of the reason my wife right there. Everybody say hi to Joanne.
Hi, Joanne.
Part of the reason why I actually came here was because of Brandon and Carlos as well. They were telling me about this place over and over, and when I was actually going through a little breakdown in my own heart, this is the place I felt like Holy Spirit said, go there tonight. And from there on, I haven't stopped coming.
And I think we can all go. Is this on?
Yes.
No.
I don't think either
There we go. Yeah, yeah, I don't need it. Yeah. I think all of us could go around the room and say, you know, how we got the Hope4Life, and there's probably a million different variations of that. But same, Carlos is both of our linchpins here, wherever Carlos Mata is. There it is, Carlito. And Carlos had invited me for 2 years, 2 whole years. And I've known Carlos for, I think at that point it was 5 years. And I thought, oh, I'll go to Hope4Life to support you, bro. You know, just to, I know you got a lot of problems, dude. And funny enough, 7 years prior to that, a friend of mine had mentioned Lucky and Giovanna to me. I went through a divorce. I was young, I was 26. I got married at 21. And he said, these people are saving people's marriages. Don't get divorced. Go talk to Lucky and Giovanna. I was like, bro, I don't want to talk to some Native American guy who doesn't know. I didn't know he was Native American. I thought he was Native American. He's Indian, by the way. So that was my bad.
Oh, he's Chinese.
He's Chinese, but I mean, Chinese Indian. It's complicated, right? You see, I didn't know either at the time. And nobody else does, apparently. So, and so many different times from that point until a year and a half ago when I got here, the Holy Spirit had sort of guided me to this place and to them and to you, all of you, you know. So I say that to say no one has a claim to Hope4Life, not even Lucky and Giovanna. It's been a gift that God has given them and all of us subsequently. And no matter where each of you are and each of us are on our journeys, Gary's married. I think Gary's like, what, 7 or 8 years older than I am. I'm 33. And we're on our way, you know, hopefully. Almost there. Thank you. But the point is that there is, thank you guys. The point is that there's something here for everyone, and it's not just the community, which is what makes this place beautiful and special, but it's also the facility, it's the building. I mean, have you been able to just walk outside? And I remember the first time I walked on the parking lot, and Lucky said, "Who are you?" He said, "Jose." And I looked back and I was like, "No, that's not me. My name is Brandon." I said, "No, black people look the same, bro." And from that moment, you know, I felt like I didn't have to pretend or put the mask on. I could just take it off. And little by little that happened here. And so this place has been home, and we don't have, like I say every week, any major backing, any major funding. It's just really all of us pitching in and putting in. And this has been such a gift for me. I know for Gary, both of us, you know, you've heard some of our stories respectively from time to time. It's been such a blessing. We're so grateful. And I've also learned that as I let go, as I realize that I don't have to just survive anymore, financially speaking, things have just began to come to me. Things that I'm much striving for, working hard for, or figuring out on my own. But God just continues to put things in my path to now I'm able to give even more than I ever have been able to give. And I don't only mean financially, especially financially, but even my time, I'm less greedy with that. My emotions, I'm more vulnerable with those. I have words to things that I never knew how to express previously. And that's all thanks to what happens here every day. And I was listening to you guys talk earlier and I thought, my gosh, the circles that you guys speak with, all the churches and the conferences and things, there are so many people that don't have the words to describe the emotions that they struggle with on a day-to-day. Their brains, my brain, so fast operates, it's always like it's 100 miles a minute. And now I'm able to add verbiage to why those things happen. And so I feel so grateful that in addition to wonderful speakers like you guys, we get every week the opportunity to add more layers to that cake of figuring out why we are the way we are and what God wants for each of us and what purposes he has for us. So with that, I would invite you guys to give from your hearts, whatever you can, or maybe more than what you can, and knowing that that this is a special place, it's a unique place, and it's a gift that we get to also give to other people who you may never meet. I know many people came before me, and I'm grateful to each person who has given and has allowed Gary and I to have the chance and our significant others to heal. Amen? Amen. So there's many ways to give. I'm sure the slide will be up. There you are. And with that, I think we'll go on a break. No. Switch.
Okay, a couple of housekeeping things that I had questions about. Oh, this is really, sorry. Okay, a bunch of people were asking if we have materials for kids, how to talk to kids about sex. I do, but not here. If you go to fairmarriage.com, which is my website, under courses, I have an orgasm course, boost your libido course, those aren't for kids. But we also have a course called The Whole Story, where parents can talk to their kids about puberty and sex. So it's for kids kind of ages like 9 to 13 to 14. There's a course for girls and a course for boys, and single moms talking to boys, single dads talking to girls, all of that kind of thing. So if you go to fairmarriage.com and click on courses, there is a course there for talking to your kids. Another thing, almost all of our research has focused specifically on heterosexual couples within evangelicalism, and so that's a lot of what we're talking about. There's going to be a Q&A session after this one, so we're willing, we can take questions about all kinds of other things. I will just say that we're more experts on heterosexual couples, but I do have a lot of opinions about sexuality and singles, et cetera, et cetera. It's just one of those things where I can tell you what I think healthy is, but I also have not lived as a single, and so I feel like it's almost patronizing to talk about what singles should do a lot. So I'm more than happy to talk about what is healthy and stuff, but hopefully somebody will ask questions specifically, and then we can get into that in the last bit. But I kind of am really dedicated to sharing the things that we're experts about, because I don't want to pretend to be an expert on something that I'm not. So, yeah.
And a lot of the principles that we talk about in a sexual relationship do apply to singles, but some things are specifically marriage-based. And we're going to talk a little bit about that, because one of the things that we said was to make sex great was having high marital satisfaction. So that's the next point we're going to talk about, just high marital satisfaction. So clearly, if you're single, then don't tune out, because there's going to be some stuff here for you as well too. But but it is more about marriage for the next little bit. So go ahead.
Yeah. So I think this is point the big two.
The big two.
Yes. Go for it.
Excuse me.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. So the two things that you have to have high marital satisfaction is you need to have two people who want to be with each other. And people who work well with each other. That's what we're looking for. We want to be with each other. We want to work well with being each other. And the problem is that a lot of times we get into the busyness of life and we lose track of the relationship in our marriage. And then what happens is we get these advice like, go on date nights. That's sort of what people say. The problem is that that's not feasible for a lot of people. I mean, it can be expensive, scheduling, all that kind of stuff. So we're very much proponents of the idea of just trying to stay friends and remaining friends in your relationship. Spending time together and trying to find ways to sneak time together into your life. For instance, we had a couple who were friends of ours,
and they're boys, so we're from Canada. So if you have boys, they have to play hockey, it's the law. So they had 3 boys, and so their hockey practices took up like the whole week, right? And so their schedule was always of who's gonna take them where and when, so that we can have different time. So basically they said, okay, Mondays and Tuesdays I'll take them, Wednesdays and Thursdays you take them. But then they realized, with all our running around, we're never spending time with each other. So what they decided to do was Mondays you take them, Tuesdays I'll take them, and Wednesdays and Thursdays let's both go, and we'll sit in the bleachers and watch them. And now they have like connecting time regularly every week while they're cheering their boys on in their practices or their games or whatever. It was a simple little switch. The key is to find those things. Sometimes couples drift apart, and marriage gets hard because the relationship over time is difficult. And you hear all these things about communicating better and having better sex and all these things, and it's hard to know how to get there when your relationship is that strained. And I think the main thing is we don't all necessarily know how to be the best lover, we don't all necessarily know how to be the best everything, but we all know how to be a friend. And I would just encourage you to try and work on that friendship. And why did you get together in the first place? What were the things that attracted you to each other? Focus on those things and get back to some of those things you might have missed. So that's the first thing about wanting to be with each other. And the second part is being a partner. And this is something that, again, at the beginning, I think you all thought I was being a bit self-deprecating and joking how I did everything bad at the beginning, but I kind of did. And this is one of the things that I kind of did badly. So have you ever heard of colorblindness? Colorblindness? People with colorblindness can see, they just can't see color. Right? So I suffered from housework blindness.
It's an epidemic, right?
It's an epidemic. It's not exclusively male, okay? But I am male, and I suffer from it. But, and Sheila should have known, because she was always laughing at me that I was bringing my laundry home from university every weekend for my mother to wash it for me. So she knew what she was getting into. But it'd be like, I come upstairs and you go, did you pick up that laundry that was by the stairs? Why would I do that? Well, because it needs to be upstairs. Oh, I didn't see it. That's what we were like. And I was not very much of a partner in managing the house. I also grew up with a very traditional home, and I had very outdated ideas about what men are supposed to do, and what men are not supposed to do, and what women are supposed to do, and what women are not supposed to do, and that sort of thing. And I think I just want to say to anybody who still has those kind of notions, like, congratulations, it's 2023. Catch up. But that's not okay anymore. And the thing is that studies have shown that when you get married, on average, the two of you are doing a certain amount of housework before you're married, because you have to maintain yourself, right? And then when you get married, this is just stats, guys, I'm not trying to bash men, but the stats are on average women do 7 more hours a week and men do less. And that's what happens. Now in your marriage that might be fine, because maybe there's other things that he does that compensate for that. But a lot of people feel very much like more of the load falls on them. And again, it's not always the men and the women, it might be the other way around as well too. If you want to have a good relationship, you need to be equal partners. You need to be working together to make things work.
There's a new Australian study came out, which I found fascinating. They looked at how much housework both spouses do when both spouses work outside the home. And what they found was that when men don't share housework, women view their husbands as dependents. So you are someone, the equivalent to one of my kids, because basically I'm spending my life looking after you. And guess what? That's not sexy. Like no, you lose your libido if you see your spouse as a dependent. And it's one of the biggest reasons they're theorizing now that women's libido goes away. Because if I am just looking after you and cleaning up after you, and you are acting a little bit like someone else that is in my to-do list, then that isn't necessarily sexy. And this is a key thing, because a lot of the discussion around housework goes something like this. Women love it when men do housework. Housework is the biggest reason why women don't want to have sex. So if you want to have sex, guys, do the dishes.
Yes.
Exactly. Okay? But so now, tonight, he's like, yes, I did the dishes. So he's like, so come pay me, because I did the dishes. It don't work that way, okay? Because it's not doing the dishes that makes you sexy. It's having someone who is a partner.
Yes.
So you can't. Okay. Oh my gosh, I did not have my reading. This is gonna be fun. Okay.
160.
160. Okay. I want to read you 2 paragraphs from the Great Sex Rescue. Here we go. Sex is not currency that is used to pay men for doing housework. If your wife is chronically exhausted and busy, and you take the tea towel from her one night and say, "Here, honey, let me," this does not mean that she will now be in the mood. What overwhelmed wives need more than a simple break is for their husbands to share ownership of the household duties. That communicates we're a team, and that is the gateway into sex. Not just doing a load of dishes to get some nookie out of it, but saying we're in this together. Sex is a natural part of loving, tender, selfless relationships. That is the real reason why sex starts in the kitchen. Not because if he does dishes, she owes him, but because if he is a mature, responsible, and caring husband, he grows a relationship marked by tenderness and selflessness. All right. 160 and 161.
Pulling out the highlight.
You could also work the other way around, right?
Yes, absolutely, and yeah, it's just that stats.
Of course.
This is not to bash men, it's basically to say, if one person thinks that they have a right to coast, that's not fair in a relationship, right? And I'm not pointing any fingers at any of you guys, but in the beginning of my marriage, I felt I had the right to coast. I felt this is my new mommy. She would do my dishes for me, my laundry for me. I would never have said that out loud, but that's what was going on. I was expecting her to do these things. I didn't have to look at these things because she was gonna take care of them. And then I started, and my first step in dealing with this and getting better at that was I graduated to the give me a list stage. Right? I went from the not caring at all to the give me a list stage.
How many years did it take?
Too many. But the give me a list stage is a step up, but it's not what women are it's not what women are looking for, right? Because give me a list, it's still, everything is still on her plate. She's still the manager. You're just her little lackey, you're her little errand boy doing stuff for her. I don't want to be my wife's errand boy.
Yes.
Right? I don't want that. I want to be a partner. But the only way you can be a partner is to actually own the stuff. So I care about the dishes getting done. I care about the laundry getting done. I care about the kids getting fed. I care about the lunches being packed. Because that's part of what we do as a family. And maybe more of it is yours, maybe more of it's mine. Maybe we shift things back and forth. There was a time in our relationship where it was very healthy that I didn't do any housework because I was a resident at Sick Kids and I was working 90 or 100 hours a week, literally.
Sick Kids, everyone knows in Canada knows about it.
Oh, sorry.
Hospital for Sick
The
Children in
Hospital for Sick
Toronto.
Children in Toronto. Now, you know, don't worry guys, they've changed the rules. You're not allowed to work that many hours anymore. But we routinely work 90, 100-hour weeks, right? And so, you know, like when I came home, I was with the kids. I just wasn't doing dishes and I wasn't doing laundry, and that was totally appropriate at that phase in our relationship. But now I'm kind of semi-retired as a doctor, and so if I didn't pick up more of that stuff, that would be wrong of me. And so I think we sometimes, and again, it's not just men. I'm not trying to bash men, but our society tends to excuse men. Like if you come into a dirty house, they don't go, "Who's the man who runs this house?" Right?
Yes.
Right? Like if a kid gets a sunburn,
Oh,
you know, where was that mom?
yeah.
Right? They don't say, where was that dad? Right? I think as Christian men, we need to
if we really want to be partners with our wives, we need to come aside and we want to be involved soup to nuts from the beginning to the end. So if you do want to do these things, it's not just about doing the jobs, it's about owning the jobs. Taking on the mental load. Keep the stuff that she's keeping track of all the things that need to get done. You keep track of it. So like if you say, for instance, if she says, can you take Johnny to soccer practice on Thursday? And you think that means that the kid will be put in the car at 5 minutes to 4 and I will drive him to the soccer field. Then that means you need to think about things again. Because soccer practice is a uniform, it's cleats. Are they supposed to bring something for, is there like a, all of these things that go into that. You need to think about that. When you need to say, I'm taking this job, I'm taking the whole job, right? And it's a stretch for a lot of guys because that's not the way we were raised, right? But I tell you something, it'll revolutionize your marriage and it'll revolutionize your sex life because now your wife won't see you as a dependent or as a lackey or an errand boy. She'll see you as an equal partner. And that, what's that lackey?
Well, it is a Hebrew word.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, lackey. Yeah. I was just tweaking. I'm just tweaking now. My apologies, brother. EY.
I have no mind. No, that's a Hebrew word. But I don't lackey my wife.
Yeah, sorry.
Explain what.
It means the person you feel you can order around, just give them do the stuff you want them to do,
How do you
right?
spell that?
Lackey. Yeah, sorry. Anyway, let's stick with errand boy, because everybody knows what an errand boy is, right? You're not your wife's errand boy. Your wife doesn't want an errand boy, even a good one. She wants a partner, right? And I'm gonna tell you, so this.
Are you reading this passage?
Yeah.
It's in the other book, it's in this one.
Yes.
Yes, it is in this one.
Oh, I got the girls' guide. Oh my god. Thanks for what you're doing for me. This is a hard sell for a lot of guys. Okay? And it's not always the guys, but if it's the guys, it's often a hard sell. So I'm going to read this passage to a guy who got it and what it did for his marriage. Married for 11 years, I grew up as a Christian, as did my wife. I studied theology independently and even led a small group. My wife was my rock, but not vice versa. I leaned on her strength, and she didn't have mine to lean on. I was emotionally unstable, easily angered or triggered into defensiveness or frustration and withdrawal. I was unpredictable and unstable. Even after work, she didn't know if I was going to yell at the kids or be happy. I struggled with deep issues of feeling like I would never be good enough. We had an imbalanced sex drive because I would only do things around the house to earn brownie points with my wife. I acted just like the kids did, and she consequently was attracting me in the same way, i.e. she wasn't. The conversation of sex came up constantly and always in the context of her not meeting my needs, followed by me moping and my self-pity, like a little boy begging mommy to fix his boo-boo. It was loving pity sex, not mutually passionate erotic sex. My wife was overwhelmed often and sounded defeated whenever she'd ask me to do anything, as if she had asked the boys to clean the rooms. You could practically hear me saying, "Oh, mommy, do I have to?" But you know what the amazing thing is? Once I figured this out and I dealt with my stuff, we had the best sex of our marriage. My wife didn't change anything, yet I got the intimacy I was always craving and more than I even imagined possible. Emotional load, mental load, emotional labor, I welcome it. I embrace it. I ask for more because I'm not burdened by the lies that I used to tell myself for years.
It's just key to be partners. Now, when you get married, for those of you who are working towards marriage, for those of you who are married, you're saying we're going to do life together. And that means you both are invested in working for the good of your family, whether there's kids or not. And that means that you both work. Now, some people will work outside the home for money, and some people will work inside the home, but you're both working. And the idea that, well, if I work outside the home, I don't need to work in the home. Okay, well, you work 40 hours a week outside the home. So does that mean that the other person works 24/7 for 7 days a week? right? Like if you work outside the home and someone else is working inside the home, then when you're both together, now you are both working inside the home. Like, and I think the key is for both people to realize it's not okay if one person is working a lot harder than the other. So when Keith was working 100 hours a week, I was not making him do housework. I was saying, you know what, when you're here, I just want you to relax and enjoy yourself, because he was working so hard, right? But, and so if you are more the stay-at-home person, work hard at being a stay-at-home person. But then make sure that that doesn't mean you need to work 24/7 either. And so there needs to be this balance. And for most couples, you're both gonna be working today, right? Like that's normal. And so make sure that we don't put uneven burdens on someone, or in whichever direction it is. So that's, because you know what, there's a lot that goes into the home. Okay, all right, we need to do doctor's appointments for the kids once a year. We gotta go see the dentist. Who's gonna remember to see the dentist? Who's gonna look after the homework? Who's gonna make sure the kids get to extracurriculars? There's so many things. That's heavy. That's why they call it mental load. And if she's carrying all of it, she's gonna be so overburdened that there's no room for sex. So the more you can take off of her plate, the better. But that's mental load. There's also a concept called emotional labor. Have you heard about emotional labor? That's the work that happens within a couple or a family that's involved in keeping the relationships together. So emotional labor is like remembering to buy the birthday card for the mom. It's who's going to buy the Christmas gifts for the kids. It's who's going to figure out if we're going to host an anniversary party for your parents. It's when the 9 and the 11-year-old are squabbling. Who's going to figure out why they're squabbling and figure out how we're going to make this better? Who's going to make sure that we get together with friends? And women tend to bear the vast majority of the emotional labor, which is why Harvard study was one of the most interesting studies that's ever been done. It was groundbreaking. They started following 600 men each. I think 600 men from Harvard and 600 men from the other side of the tracks in Boston around World War II. And they followed them, I think it's over 75 years now.
Yes.
And when they died, they started following their wives and their kids. And so now they're interviewing the kids of these men, but they followed them for this long. And so to have a study that's gone on that long, they've been able to make some really, really interesting findings. And basically, the key to longevity, the key to not getting Alzheimer's, you know what it is?
Connection.
Connection.
And just so you know, they're coming to speak here in March.
Oh, are they really?
Wow.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
Yeah. You can come. You're jealous. You can come by virtual.
Yeah, like it's connection. But do you know what happens when a wife dies? Often husbands lose their social circle because she was the one making sure they got together with friends. She was the one calling the kids several times a week and making sure they had a relationship with the kids. So take on some of that emotional labor. Pay attention to your kids. Call your kids. Don't rely on your wife to keep the conversation going with the kids if they're adults. Like keep this stuff going and invest emotionally in your relationship.
And it's not like men don't realize emotional connection with others is important. It's not like we're lazy. It's not like we don't want to do these things. It's just that we're not taught that. Like it's taught, women are taught from very, very young about social connection. Like I'm a pediatrician, so I see a lot of kids with autism. And they say girls with autism take a lot longer to get diagnosed. And I think it's because when a little boy doesn't have social connections, we're like, oh, whatever. But when a little girl doesn't have social connections, what's wrong? Let's get her to play groups. Let's do this. We start therapy before we even know they have autism because we don't let girls not have connection. As men, we need to realize that this is the river we're swimming upstream in. We need to value emotional connection. We need to value deep connections with other men, with our wives. We need to value these things and we need to work at these things and not let it be somebody else's job. It's so much better for everyone. It'll be better for your families. It'll be better for you, better for your friendships. It's so important to invest in this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so those are 2 reasons why sex can go by the wayside, right? You don't feel emotionally connected during sex, you have bad marital satisfaction. There's also she doesn't reach orgasm. All right, if you want good sex, we need to make sure that she frequently reaches orgasm. That's kind of important. Let me tell you a story. Let's pretend that what we told couples is that the key to a good marriage is that you have to go out to dinner once a week. This is crucial. This is what will make your marriage shine. And so we have a couple, we call them Tracy and Doug, and they do this. Every week they go to the restaurant and they sit down and they order their appetizers and their meal, their dessert. Waitress comes, takes the order, waitress goes away. They start talking about their day. They talk about their plans for the future. They're having a really good time. And then the waitress comes out with Tracy's appetizer. It's French onion soup, and she eats it, and it's just lovely. She declares it delicious. The waitress comes, takes her bowl away, but nothing comes for Doug. And now Tracy's steak is here. It's got a lovely peppercorn sauce on it, amazing baked potatoes, slathered in sour cream. You know, she is eating this thing. It's incredible. But nothing comes for Doug. And they're still talking, you know, they're talking about their new vacation plans. They're talking about how to handle their son's bullying issues in school. So they're really connecting. They're talking about some things they're worried about. And now the waitress is bringing Tracy's molten lava cake. And she puts her spoon in their chocolate pools on the spoon. It's perfect, you know? And she eats one bite. She eats two bites. And now, lo and behold, here comes the waitress with Doug's chicken wing appetizer. And he's so excited. And he eats one chicken wing, he eats two chicken wings, he eats three chicken wings, and Tracy stands up and says, "Oh, that was an amazing dinner." And she starts walking towards the door. And so Doug gets up and looks forlornly at the three chicken wings still on his plate. And he walks out of the restaurant with Tracy, and she says, "I just love doing this with you. I'm looking so forward to next week." Now, how much do you think Doug is going to look forward to going out to dinner? If that's what happens to him every single time. But now imagine that Doug talks to someone about this and says, "You know, I'm just really not enjoying this." And that person says, "Well, that's okay, because all you really need is conversation. You know, you were just built for conversation, and you're getting the conversation, so why are you complaining? You know, you're getting that closeness, aren't you? You're experiencing closeness with all the so you're fine." And that is what is happening to women over and over again with sex, to over half of women, because we have a 47-point orgasm gap. By which I mean 95% of men are reaching orgasm almost always or always, compared to just 48% of women. So that's a lot of women getting only a few chicken wings. All right? And that's not okay.
And the thing is, in the church, what is the message we've heard preached when we hear women don't like sex? Is the message, what can we as men do to make it better? Is that the message we hear? We hear 1 Corinthians 7, do not deprive. Do not deprive your husband, right? If she's just getting chicken wings and you get that kind of a meal, who's being deprived? Who's being deprived? But this goes into our mindset, which we talked at the beginning. We believe sex is for men and not for women. And we may not think we did that, but the stats show it. We got some stats here. Okay, so this is the stat here. So this is like women who frequently orgasm or who infrequently orgasm, okay? So we asked this question, do you make your wife's sexual pleasure a priority? For women who frequently orgasm, 99.3% of men said, yes, I do. And 94.7% of their wives agreed, yeah, he does. But for women who don't frequently orgasm, 90.6% of men are still giving some big thumbs up. But the funny thing is, even 65% of women say, yeah, he makes myself a pleasure. She's not frequently orgasming, but he makes it a priority, apparently. The next one is even more. How do, foreplay. He asked the question, do you think you do enough foreplay?
So we asked that of men,
We asked that of men
of women.
and of women. Do we think you do enough foreplay? And to the women, do you think he does enough foreplay? On the right-hand side, if she orgasms frequently, 94.1% of guys say, yeah, I do enough. I want to be one of those 5.9% of guys. No, I can do more. But, and 87% of women say yes. But look here, if they infrequently orgasm, 70% of men still say, I do enough foreplay. And the weird thing is 52% of women say, yeah, he does enough foreplay. How can we think he's doing enough foreplay if she doesn't orgasm? Because we think she's broken. We think sex just isn't for her. Oh well, you know, he tried but it didn't happen. We expect women to be fast and automatic like men. That's not the way God made women. You need to settle in for the evening for your meal. It's not going to be 30 minutes and out the door. You know what I mean? It takes time, and we need to recognize that it takes time. Give it the time that it needs. She's not broken because she takes a while to warm up. She's not broken because she can't just jump into sex instantly without getting her mind cleared and, you know, drop mom mode and get into sexy mode. Like maybe you can do that, but maybe she can't. It's not always men and women. Like sometimes men have a harder time getting worked up and ready to go and have a more responsive kind of libido than, but it's often the women that do. And we say, well, you're just broken. And that's sort of what I thought with Sheila too in our marriage. I was like, well, why don't you want it more? Don't you want me? You know, I felt rejected because she didn't want me the same way. And I didn't realize that I just needed to do more to make it an enjoyable experience for her. So she would want it more.
And if you think about it, let's just think about anatomy. We do not have an anatomy picture, I'm sorry. But let's just think about anatomy for a minute. Okay, the clitoris ain't up the vagina. All right? God could have put it up there, but he didn't. Now, there are clitoral roots that go on the outside of the wall that can actually, that do make intercourse feel good, but the clitoris is outside the vagina, which means that it is going to get maximum stimulation from things other than intercourse. And you know what? That's how God made it. Okay? I think God put the clitoris outside the vagina so that the expectation is that men will serve their wives. That for this brief period, she will be the center of attention.
You're brilliant.
And here's the thing. Men can reach orgasm through stimulation. They're much less distractible during sex, okay? How many times, women, have you ever had this experience, right? So you're in the middle of things and you're thinking to yourself, oh, this is good. This is really good. This is amazing. Is there milk in the fridge? Oh, I think I have milk. That means there's no cereal for breakfast. Do I have bread for toast? Okay, I gotta go to the store. What else do I need, right? And you're sitting there and you're making this grocery list in your head, and he's like, you know, hello, what happened? We were doing well. But women can be very distractible. So in order for us to feel pleasure, we actually have to focus and concentrate. We have to become fully embodied. We have to practice mindfulness. We have to pay attention to what is going on in our bodies. A lot of sex advice will tell you that it works best if you don't think about yourself. If you each just think about what your partner is feeling. That's bull. Yeah. I will tell you that is unscientific, okay? If you actually look at the science, her orgasm works best when both of you are focused on what she's feeling. When she's focused on what she's feeling, and when he's focused on what she's feeling. This does not mean that you cannot have a really fun night where she just totally throws herself into doing stuff for him. More power to you. But if you want her to reach orgasm, she has to focus on what she's feeling. And God made it that way, okay? For a lot of things when it comes to sex, there's gender tendencies, but there's not gender differences. So when it comes to libido, some men have the higher libido, some women have the higher libido. Men as a whole have a higher libido than women as a whole, but there's a lot of overlap, okay? When it comes to, you know, the idea of lust, who lusts more, who watches porn more? Sure, men as a whole do more, but there's a lot of women who are watching porn. There's a lot of women who are struggling with lust. There's overlap. But when it comes to how our bodies work, there are certain things that are just biological. And one of them is that women have a far easier time reaching orgasm through clitoral stimulation than they do through intercourse. Now, again, because of the clitoral roots, if you want maximum stimulation during intercourse, if there are ways to do that, let me just give you an example. For all the women here right now, if you just squeeze your butt and tilt your pelvis forward, you know everyone's doing this, right? Just check it out. You're actually putting more blood flow and more, more pressure on the front wall of the vagina. If you do that during intercourse, it can actually make things feel good because of the clitoral roots. But nevertheless, I want you to hear me on this. Of the women who can reach orgasm reliably, only 40% of them do it through intercourse. Okay? The most reliable routes to orgasm for women are manual and oral stimulation. They are. And yet when we hear oral sex talked about, okay, when people are saying, guys, you know what, guys really enjoy it. Can you just do this for them? Like, can you just do this for them? Can you just be nice? Because it's really fun for men. Okay, hold on a second. He's gonna orgasm 95% of the time regardless. She's not. Who should we be telling to have oral sex? Okay? Like, let's get this right here. And so if you want your wife to orgasm, understand that she is not gonna experience sex the same way that he does. And just because it's easy for him does not mean that it should be easy for her. And that's the way we're made. And so maybe this is a time where the couple is going to learn to focus on her. And she's going to get a bit of a gift. And that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. All right, I don't know what I just went on about.
Yeah, fine, that's fine.
Okay.
I'll bring it back, it's fine. A lot of guys really want to rock their wife's world. They really want to make this awesome for them. And they're like, yeah, okay, that is easier for me. I want to make it good for her. I just have no idea how, right? And they also wrestle with the fact that, she says when we do, she does have an orgasm, but then she doesn't seem to want it like I want it. Like, and they wrestle with that. And they wrestle with rejection. And I don't want to start and be rejected and all that kind of stuff. We're going to talk to you about the sexual response cycle next, okay? And that's going to clear up a lot of these questions. So the sexual response cycle.
Yes, here we go.
Okay, so sexual response cycle is the phases that you go through in a sexual encounter, okay? And it depends on whether you have a spontaneous libido or a responsive libido, which of these two you're in. You'll notice the first two are switched, right? But then they're the same after that. So I'll start with spontaneous libido people. These people feel a desire for sex. I would like to have sex. And then they start to get excited thinking about that. Then they get to the point where they're actually aroused. So now their body's starting to change. The biology's starting to kick in, right? And then they get to plateau, where things aren't really changing, and then you get to orgasm. And you have your orgasm, and then you
Can I explain this for women?
now, for men, that's incredibly fast and all the same thing. So we as guys think it's all one thing, right? We start and we go. For women, each one of these phases is really long and very different from the one before it. Okay. Actually, yeah, I was gonna let you tell what it is. So the first thing I want to say though is that for a lot of women, you want to talk about excitement first?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So what excitement means is the stuff that's not necessarily considered sexual, but is kind of tingly and fun. Like if you're running your hand down the back of her neck or kissing her earlobe or running your fingers on her arms, that kind of stuff. That's exciting. It's not arousing in the sense, but it's exciting, right? We often get taught about the clitoris being so important and stuff like that. That's like in the arousal phase. And a lot of guys jump right to there. So it's like they want to go from desire to arousal, And it's like Sheila always, we used to say.
If you go for the clitoris before she's even excited, it feels like a pap smear.
Yeah.
It feels like a pap smear.
For women, all that lead up stuff, like that provides the context, right? That provides the sense of, hey, I'm in a safe place. I'm with someone who loves me. I'm with someone who cares about me. right? And that allows them to let themselves go and start to get aroused. For guys, it's much more automatic. We skip right through excitement into arousal. We'd be hard pressed to tell what the difference is between the two of them. But for women, that's so important. You just jump right in, then for a lot of women, that's gonna just be an invasive and somewhat difficult experience. We need to slow down. We need to take the time.
And that's why, like, if she's doing the dishes, okay, so
Where am I going?
you're doing the dishes, right? And you come up behind her and you go, oh, baby. Okay? For the vast majority of women, that is not sexy, that is invasive. And that's a major turn on.
Some women like that.
Some women like it. And if your wife does, go for it. Like, this is where it matters how you are as a couple, all right? But most women do not find that nice whatsoever. All right, so let's go over what, I just want to zero in on a few of these things.
Yeah.
Okay, so excitement, basically, your heart is starting to beat a little bit faster. You know, you're starting to feel tingly, starting to breathe. Arousal for women, so your clitoris actually gets an erection. I don't know if people know that, but women get erections too. So the clitoris gets an erection. Your nipples get erect and they expand. Wonderful. Anyway, you get lubricated, all that. Plateau is the point where you're almost at orgasm. And what you want during plateau is exactly the same, and do not stop the tempo, do not stop anything. Just keep doing exactly what you're doing. Because often when she gets really excited, he's like, oh, I'm gonna try something new. When she's at plateau, and the way you can tell is that at plateau, the clitoris actually goes flat against the body. That's where she's almost there. And if you think about the reason for that, it's so that if you're having intercourse, then it's flat against the body, you can get the most stimulation, just you can get the closest to it. So that's why. Anyway, and so, like, do not vary things. When she's almost there, keep doing exactly the same thing and don't change it. Okay? So you can tease and change it all up earlier, but then when she's there, do the exact same thing.
You're good. But seriously, guys, if you can crack this code, it will change everyone's life. That's the plateau part. The other part is the arousal, excitement part, right? If you're in excitement phase still, so that's just when your heart's beating a little bit and things are a little bit fun, but she's not really lubricated or aroused yet, and then you try something new. That's basically during the excitement phase. Think of her erogenous zones as having big no trespassing signs on them. Okay? You don't want to go there. Go everywhere else. Yeah? The neck, the arms, the legs, the thighs. Tease and fun and that kind of stuff. Then when she's aroused and now she's like, yeah, no, like that's not enough, buddy. Come on, let's move it up. Let her let you know. As a couple, you can talk about that. How do I know when you're ready? How are you gonna let me know? Some women are very comfortable telling that. Some women are very shy about it. You need as a couple to decide how you're gonna know it's time to proceed. And you know what? The sexual experience is vulnerable for everyone, but it's particularly vulnerable for women, right? We got to think about that. She's actually letting another human being inside her body. Like, that is a profound and deep thing that we need to remember, So when you're in the sexual act, she needs to take the lead and let you know when you're ready to go to the next phase, because she's the one who's the most vulnerable. And we need to be aware of that. And you need to have ways of communicating that to each other. That can be a difficult conversation to talk about, but it's really, really essential. Do you want to say anything else? I was going to talk about this response of spontaneous part. So the other thing too, I say, is that a lot of guys don't realize that, some people are more responsive libidos. So it's like, they're not thinking about sex all the time. But if you go and put your arm around them and kind of give them a little nibble and, kiss and that kind of stuff, they might get into the mood. And they actually honestly are excited and want to engage now. And they're just responsive people. You have to have a little bit of excitement first before they start thinking about sex. But then they start to get desire, and then they engage, and then they go on to the rest of the arousal and all that kind of stuff. The big thing about this is that a lot of guys, tends to be gender divided. It's not 100%, but most guys are spontaneous and most women are responsive. And so guys, I want to have sex. Well, I don't. So it's like, oh, she's rejecting me. You haven't given her anything to make her consider whether she wants to have sex. Take a step back and go, hey, instead of saying, I want to have sex, let's be like intimate in the excitement ways, right? Do some of that stuff. But here's the big key. You're not doing it because you want sex, because she will see that coming a mile away, and that will keep her from getting to the desire phase, because she'll just be thinking, he's just holding my hand because he wants to have sex tonight. And you don't want that, right? This is why it's so important. Value non-sexual touch in your relationship. Value non-sexual touch. I feel so valued. But it's true, and I gotta tell you something. This stuff took me a while to learn, because it's not the way we're taught as guys, right? But it makes your life better. You're so much more in contact with who you are as a person. Touch is so important to human beings. Like anxiety, depression, there's been studies that show that human touch can have effects on decreasing rates of anxiety, depression, that kind of stuff. Touch is so powerful. And it a lot of times, it's sad to say, we sometimes only touch our spouse when we're shooting for the end zone. But we need to be happy to get to the end zone if we get there. But you know what? I just want to be with you. Wherever we get to is fine with me. And the other big thing is to not feel rushed. Okay, we got the desire, we're in excitement, let's get arousal. You can't do that. You need to let your partner know you have all the time in the world. This is just, there's nothing wrong with a quickie. If you want to do a quickie, that's fine. But if you're having trouble with orgasm and you haven't got there yet, you need to just have time and just be able to take the time it needs.
There's also been a lot of studies out lately that are wondering if responsive desire is really more a factor of mental load, and that if there was less mental load, it does seem like women tend to have more spontaneous desire than responsive. And for men, it seems like responsive desire is often very linked to stress in some way as well. So people who are more stressed tend to be more responsive. So, we did find in our survey, however, because a lot of people have been labeling responsive desire as not as good as spontaneous. So if you really want to be sexual, you should be a spontaneous person where you just want sex regardless. But what we did find is that when women go into sex expecting to get aroused and reach orgasm, even if they aren't aroused when they're starting the encounter, even if there's no real desire when they're starting, they end up feeling just as good afterwards. So it doesn't matter whether you're responsive or spontaneous. What matters is whether you think you're going to get there and whether you do actually get there. So, if she knows she's going to reach orgasm, even if she's a more responsive person, she can jump into sex and it's likely going to go just fine for her. So it's not the spontaneous desire women have better sex lives at all. It's really what kind of care are we showing and are we getting her to orgasm? So spontaneous versus responsive, it's not like one's bad and one's good. It's just how you are. And let's take that opportunity to just love each other and have fun and relax and care for one another, and then we'll see where it goes. I do want to talk a little bit about arousal for women, though, and why sometimes it can be really difficult. We measured in our survey something called the gatekeeper message. And this is often given to teen girls, to young women, even to older women. And it goes something like this. Okay, boys or men, they're going to push your sexual boundaries. And so you need to be the gatekeeper and make sure things don't go further than they should. And probably some of us have even told those to our daughters, right? You got to be careful of boys. They're gonna want to take from you. And so you need to be the gatekeeper. You need to stay alert. So picture a teenage girl and what this does to her. So she's dating, and she's got a guy she likes, and they're making out. And He's thinking, this is great, I'm having a lot of fun, but what is going on in her mind? What she's thinking the whole time is he excited yet? How excited is he? How much is he breathing? Is he breathing too hard? Where are his hands? Ooh, his hands are there. Should I stop him yet? Should I stop him yet? Should I stop him yet? That's what she's thinking. So she's actually left her body and she's standing outside of the situation, judging it, trying to figure out what's going on. And when we had several focus groups about this, because this was actually a finding we weren't expecting, to see how much this impacted women. And so we talked to a bunch of women who experienced this growing up, and one woman called it, I felt like I was judging myself. I was judging what I was doing, whether I was kissing right, whether I was doing all these things without getting him aroused. So I was judging what was going on. Another woman called it spectatoring. But all of them said when they got married, that didn't stop.
Wow.
So now they're married and they still feel like I'm leaving my body and I'm watching what's going on. And I have no idea how to just be present in my body. And that's a huge problem for a lot of women, is we have no idea how to get connected because we spent our whole lives on hyper red alert. And some of that is just the fact that we are so much more vulnerable to sexual assault and things like that. But some of it is also because even if you're in a situation where you do feel like this is a good guy and I'm relatively safe, I still am the one to put the brakes on. And we need to stop giving girls that message. We need to start telling our young people, if you want your kids to wait till they're married, if you just want them to wait in general, just tell them, hey, it is normal to have sexual feelings, okay? But you need to figure out what your boundaries are, and you need to not trespass those boundaries. But even more important than that, you need to honor the boundaries of the person you're with. And if someone is not honoring your boundaries, that's a red flag that they're not a good partner. And we need to start giving that message instead of telling girls, you're responsible for everything.
Yeah.
Because you can't just turn that off.
Yeah, because we're Christians.
That's really good.
We're Christians. We do think we should save sex for marriage. We're Christians. We believe that we should save sex for marriage. We think that's where God intended marriage to be. But our message is not, like, I think that we're selling men short when we load it all on women, right? Because it's the woman's job to keep you safe and to preserve both your purity. She's not just thinking about her own, reigning in her own sexuality. She has to reign in her own sexuality so much that she has the leftovers to reign in your sexuality. Right? And then we expect her to turn that on a dime the night she gets married.
You're the bouncer.
Yeah, she can't turn that around. We need to have stronger messages about men stepping up and being pure, and men stepping up and saying, I hate that pure is not the right idea. Sexually, like having sexual integrity. You know, having sexual integrity and saying, I'm responsible for what I do with my body, and it's not her fault that I went too far, it's my fault because I push things. And we need to teach girls, if a guy is pushing things, it's not because he's a guy, it's because he's unsafe, right? If he's pushing things, and we need to say, we need to give girls permission to say, that's not a person I can trust. That's what we need to tell our daughters.
Okay, so we got the gatekeeper message. Then let's talk about brakes and accelerators. This is something Emily Nagoski talks about a lot in her book, Come As You Are, which is a really good book, honestly. But she says all of us have what we could call brakes and accelerators when it comes to sex. And accelerators are something which is like, yes, let's get it on. It gets us going in the direction of arousal. And brakes, you can imagine, there's something that brings everything to a halt. Some people have really sensitive accelerators. You know, they'll just head off so quickly, it'll be wonderful. Some people have really, really sticky accelerators where it takes a long time to get them going. And some people have really sensitive brakes. And if you happen to have a really sticky accelerator, so it takes a long time to get you going, and you have a really sensitive brake, that can just be really difficult. So what we want to do is we want to figure out what are each other's accelerators and what are each other's brakes. And you want to step on the accelerators and you don't want to step on the brakes. So, you know, what is it that puts you in a sexy frame of mind? And for a lot of people, I'll tell you, the sexiest thing you can do is just connect emotionally. You know, do that high-low exercise. And after you do that high-low exercise, you know, most defeated, most in the groove, kiss for a bit. And that connection is often what sets things off for people. But if there are certain things that are breaks, that you know is gonna be a break, and it just happens, it's okay. Like, if every time she talks to her mom, she just can't handle sex that day because the relationship's really fraught. Or if when he comes home from work and he's had just a really, really, really bad encounter with a patient or something, whatever it might be, however you work with, it's okay to understand that those are breaks for tonight and not see it as a rejection of you, but just where they are emotionally and honor that. So become familiar with each other's breaks and accelerators and then try to use them to help you out. I also want to say one last word before we move on from this, and there's so much we can say about the physical aspect of sex. I could keep going for hours. So if anyone has any specific questions, we'll try to deal with them in the Q&A. You can just put them in there. But this is the last thing I do want to just say to those of you with a more responsive libido, if you're married with someone with a spontaneous libido. There's a lot of power in the responsive libido, okay? Because you can respond. When you decide, hey, this is gonna be amazing, this is gonna be fun, your body can respond. But often we don't realize that about ourselves because we're so focused on what am I feeling right now? And so let's picture a night where you're lying in bed, okay? And you're lying there and here's what is going on in her head, assuming she's responsive. Is he asleep yet? I wonder if he's asleep. I'm gonna listen to him breathe and I'll see if he's asleep yet. No, he's still awake. I wonder if he'd want something. I wonder if he's making or just waiting for me to make a move. Do I want to? Well, I don't know. Okay, how many nights has it been? Oh gosh, it's been 4. He really is due. Okay. Well, what time is it? All right, it's like 10:45.
I think so.
I gotta be up at 6:40. Okay, how much time will it take if we start right now? And this whole thing goes on in your head. And the stupid thing is that if you had jumped him in the beginning, you would be asleep by now. If you are the more responsive libido person, what we often do at night is we go, hey body, how are you feeling? And your body says nothing. And instead, okay, man or woman, this applies to both of you, okay? Especially to men actually, because she can feel even more rejected if you're the one with the lower libido just because of how we think of gender differences. So this applies to both of you. But at night, if your body's not saying anything, stop asking and start telling. Look, I've had a hard day. I'm exhausted and I'm grumpy and I deserve to feel amazing. And I love this person I am married to and we are gonna do this and it is gonna rock our world. So let's do it, okay? Telling your body instead of asking your body. Because when we go in with that frame of mind, this is gonna be amazing. And then you start concentrating on what your body is feeling. You practice some of the mindfulness and some of the embodiment exercises that I think you guys talk about here, but then sex can be a whole lot better. All right.
With the caveat that, if things go and it's not working and the brakes get pulled on, you need to honor your spouse and go, well, we tried. And be okay with that. Because if your responsive libido spouse initiates, and you're like, yeah! And then it turns out badly and you push through rather than saying, hey, well, you know what? It's okay. We had fun. Let's go to sleep now. You show them you're safe. You show them they can take a step out and they're not gonna get burned. Right? But if you're like, well, fine then, and you get all grumpy and mad because they decide halfway through, actually I'm not feeling it tonight. You gotta be okay with that.
Right.
You gotta be okay with that. Right? Sorry, I just want to.
Yes, no, that's good. Okay.
Okay, the fourth point. Oh my gosh, my voice is really going. The fourth point is no sexual dysfunction. So if there's no sexual dysfunction, because that's obviously going to cramp your ability to have great sex.
we're not gonna talk a lot about this because it's sort of a more medical thing. We'll talk about the three major ones in men and the one major one, well, you got a few that you're talking about, women. But for men, the three big ones are erectile dysfunction, premature ejaculation, and delayed ejaculation. I'm not gonna give you a lesson on each of these three things, but what I'm gonna say to you is that these are all common things that a lot of men deal with, and a lot of men don't go and get help for them because they're embarrassed. And that is not, that's terrible, because there are good treatments, there's techniques, there's medications, there's all these kind of things that can help. And a lot of people don't get the help they need just because of they're not being able to get the courage to go to see their doctor. I work with a lot of family doctors. I mean, I'm a pediatrician, I don't deal with this stuff, right? But I work with a lot of family doctors, and they all assure me, this is not the weirdest stuff that comes into the office. This is no problem. We can handle this stuff, right? It's not gonna be a big deal, right? The other thing I would say is for erectile dysfunction, especially if you're an older man, and older, I mean like me, you know, if you're in your 40s, 50s, 60s, erectile dysfunction can sometimes be a sign that you've got circulation issues. And you get circulation issues in other parts of your body. It could be a sign of, you know, it could be a sign of other things going on. So think about it just from a medical point of view, you need to go get checked, right? The other thing is that erectile dysfunction, especially in younger men, but also in older men, and delayed ejaculation, also there's a very big, strong link to porn use with these. So if you are using pornography, and is the next slide, the porn is a dose response?
I think it might be, no, I think that's.
It's later, we're doing the porn talk, never mind, sorry. I'm trying to keep myself on schedule here. If you train yourself, porn and masturbation is a very different experience than sexual intercourse with a partner, right? And if you train yourself to get aroused by an image rather than a person, and the kind of sensations and stimulation you're providing is very different, and all those things can contribute to, that's what your go-to is. When you're with your spouse, it's harder because you're not used to that.
It's actually not harder, that's the problem. Sorry.
Burn.
Right in the
It's not hard, is it?
She's like, Sheila's keeping on point, that's the problem we're talking about. It's more difficult to maintain arousal, you know, because that's not what you're used to. And you've also trained yourself to be aroused by not the relationship and being with your wife, but the image and the fantasy and all that stuff instead. So these things can be linked. So, you know, if that's an issue, deal with that. Do seek medical help too, because it can be underlying medical causes as well too.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then there's female sexual dysfunction, and I'm not sure if everyone knows about vaginismus. Like, how many of you have ever heard that word before today? No. How many of you have heard erectile dysfunction before today?
Yeah.
Pretty much everybody, right? Okay, vaginismus is far more common than erectile dysfunction for couples under the age of 40. Far more common and far more debilitating. Because erectile dysfunction means that you cannot maintain an erection and so sex can't happen. Vaginismus means there is incredible pain. And someone else, if you have intercourse, it means someone else is getting pleasure from your pain. Among evangelical women, the rate of vaginismus is twice the general population. We're looking at, we measured it at 22.6%, 7% to the point that penetration was impossible. Then there is an additional 30, gosh, okay, this one's either 34 or 36, can't remember, you'll have to excuse me, but percent of women who experience pain postpartum. And I'm not talking about the first 6 weeks, I'm talking about when you start trying to have intercourse again after you've had a baby. And often that pain goes on quite a while, and people can have secondary vaginismus. If they didn't have it at first, it can develop later because of birth trauma, because of tears, scar tissue, all kinds of things. So this is an actual serious issue that we just don't talk about. When we were doing our research for the Great Sex Rescue, we looked on the major Christian websites. All of them had lots of articles on erectile dysfunction. None of them mentioned vaginismus. It's only been in the last 3 years that there's been a lot of journal articles, medical articles, and more is now coming out about vaginismus and erectile dysfunction in the medical literature, but that's only the last 3 years. So this is a really new field, but everyone's trying to get to the bottom of it. Vaginismus is a condition where, the muscles in the vaginal wall contract, they become very tight, and pain. There's a lot of pain with sex. A lot of women can't use tampons. Pelvic exams are very painful, and all these things can happen. And it looks like it's very multifaceted. There isn't always one clear thing that causes it. It's often a variety of things. Some of it is how you hold your pelvic floor. Dancers, gymnasts are more likely to develop it because the pelvic floor has been tight because of the way they've all that. But what we found as well is that the messaging that women are giving about sex as they're growing up contributes to this in the evangelical world. And the message that most affects it is the obligation sex message. That, and here's how serious it is. The chance of having sexual pain is almost the same statistically between hearing the obligation sex message and being sexually abused. It's almost the same. There's 0.1% separating the confidence intervals. Because both the obligation sex message and sexual abuse say to a woman, you don't matter. He gets to use you however he wants. And that is true even if your husband doesn't believe that. This is what happened to me. I read a Christian book before I was married. And I was reading in the bathtub, because that's where I did all my reading before Kindles, in the 1990s. And I got about 2/3 of the way through, and it was just all about how he needed it, or he wouldn't be able to be a decent human being. And so I needed to give it to him all the time, because this was my role as a wife. And I took the book and I drowned it in the bath. And then I put it in the garbage can, because up until that point, I had been so looking forward to sex. I was not ashamed of sex. I did not grow up in a house that was ashamed of sex at all. I knew a lot about sex. I could talk about sex. I was very open about all this. But when I read that book, something in my body shifted. I could almost feel it. And it was that idea that I no longer have any say over what happens to my body. Because this is the message that you're often giving to women. And that can cause a lot of sexual pain. If you're going through sexual pain, please see a pelvic floor physiotherapist. There's a lot of good help available now. And if you have sexual pain after childbirth, they can really help. In fact, it's a really good practice to see a pelvic floor physiotherapist when you're pregnant, because they can help you do exercises that can prevent some of the problems that can happen later. In France, I think when you're pregnant, you get to see a pelvic floor physiotherapist for free 6 times during the pregnancy and then afterwards too. There's some countries that take this really seriously. And in North America, we just don't in the same way. But this affects a lot of women, and we need to start talking about it. Because it's between 22%, there's a 36% rate of sexual pain over a lifetime, 22% primary vaginismus. So we got to get this right. There's also other issues that women can have. Some of the other reasons for sexual pain, you can have lichen sclerosis, which is an inflammatory disease which affects just the whole exterior vulva, the vulva area. Endometriosis can cause a lot of sexual pain. And then some women can have anorgasmia too, like an actual where your hormone levels are so low that you just don't orgasm. And the way that or abnormally low libido, and the way that they measure that is if you've never had sexual dreams. Because most women orgasm in their dreams too. Everyone talks about men's wet dreams, but women get them too, especially around 5:30. If you wake up in the morning and then you go right back to sleep, that's when they're most likely to happen. So if that never happens, that's just a bit of a red flag that maybe there's something off if you also can't get aroused when you are trying to have sex. So again, we can talk about more of these if there's any specific questions, but just be aware that there is help for all of these things. And so if you're having issues, please see a doctor, pelvic floor physiotherapist, someone.
And I want to say too, sometimes people go to their doctor, and not all doctors are always necessarily equipped to deal with something. And obviously I'm a doctor, so I don't want to bash doctors too much, but I hear a lot of stories of people who got blown off by their family doctor. So if you go with one of these problems and you feel like you're being brushed off, it's okay to say, you know what, I would really like a referral to a specialist in this area. It's okay to ask for that. You need to advocate for yourself. Don't feel like, just want to have that.
Yeah.
It's good.
Okay, now, last one, no porn use. If you're gonna have a good sex life, we can't have porn. Porn craters desire in both parties. So for the person using pornography, it might seem like it's creating a desire or enhancing desire, but it doesn't. What it does is it creates desire for fantasy and for escape. It doesn't create a desire for a partner. Because porn offers something very different from actual connected sex. Porn offers an experience where you get to use someone for your own gratification. This is all about me. This is all centered on me. That's the polar opposite of what sex is supposed to be when we're actually giving to one another. And so porn craters, it just kills desire for your spouse, but it also kills desire in the spouse who isn't using porn. And studies have found this is true even if the spouse doesn't know for sure that you're using porn. But because of the way that the person using porn approaches their spouse, approaches sex, the desire in the other person dissolves, even if they don't know there's porn use going on. So porn just kills a good marriage. And part of the problem with porn is that it's rooted in an objectification. It's rooted in seeing other people as body parts, as objects that I can consume. It's not about seeing people as people. And porn is highly linked to sex trafficking. And for that reason alone, I know there's a lot of people who are like, well, if there's consensual porn, if you're both in agreement, there's nothing wrong with it. There have been so many studies that show that consensual porn isn't really consensual. If they're not checking, they have no way of knowing. They really don't. And even if they did, and what does it mean to consent to porn? Like, does it mean that some 19-year-old said, yes, I want to do this, and they put the name to it? What if that 19-year-old was sexually abused their whole life?
Right.
Are they really consenting? I mean, no. There is no such thing as consensual porn, and there is no such thing as porn without objectification, without seeing someone as a commodity to use. And it is highly linked to sex trafficking. It's highly linked to what prostitutes are asked to do. So the more extreme porn gets, the more actual people are asked to do these acts. Like, it is just, we need to get rid of it for justice issues. So this isn't even only about marriage. This is about justice issues. And then for yourself, even if you're not married, porn is going to wreck your concept of what connection is. I mean, that poem was beautiful. That was just perfect. You know, how you know it's wrong, but you still feel this pull, right? But it's false. What you really need is that connection. And we're never going to get there if we keep covering up our genuine needs with something that is counterfeit. I think, though, that sometimes our approach to porn can make it worse because we approach it with a really shame-based perspective. Like, oh, you're not over this yet, what is wrong with you? You should be over it. And if you're watching porn, it must be because you're some disgusting human being. But I often wonder, is the problem really that everyone has this big lust issue? Or is it that we more have shame issues and intimacy issues? And they're feeding that. Because if you have a shame issue, you know, you feel like I'm insecure, nobody loves me, I'm alone. And so you're turning to porn to give yourself that high. But then because you did that, you feel so ashamed. And then what do you do with that shame? And it creates this cycle. Or if you have intimacy issues where you just don't know how to connect, you don't know how to open up to someone else. You weren't taught how to do that as a kid. And so you turn to porn because it makes you feel good momentarily, but then it leaves you so empty afterwards. And so is that actually a lust problem? Or is it a shame and intimacy problem? We need to get to the root of it.
That's good.
I like what Lucky said earlier too about, why did you go to that? That's what we need to, instead of saying, you shouldn't do porn, it's bad. Why did you go to that? Like, what's the heart issue? What's going on? The thing is that, I'll speak to, as a guy here, I know that women are the biggest, growing users of porn these days. But as a man, I think one of the things that happens with pornography is that it allows you to feel strong and validated, because the women in pornography, everything you do is perfect. You can't make any mistakes. Everything, it's easy, right? And you get that sense of accomplishment and that hit. It's so much easier than this person who doesn't like when you leave the toilet seat up. Who has her own emotions, her own baggage, and like working to make that connection, it's hard at times. It's not always easy. And porn is such an easy and quick way to go to feel validated instead. And it's so tempting that way. But it's like every great lie, it's empty. It's taking you down a dark path that's not going to give you the ultimate fulfillment it promises. It's going to take more and more and more from you until you have nothing. Yeah. Working instead on building connection with your spouse and working to build a relationship where you can get those really valid needs met in a really valid way is so much healthier. But to be honest, it takes more work, and it takes vulnerability. And it takes being able to be open and say, what is it that makes me turn to this? And be willing to look at that and love yourself enough to look at that. Right. And know that God has seen it all the time and still loves you. And that's the path of healing for a lot of people. We read it, I'm sorry. I was going to say, we talk a lot about like net nanny or filters on your computer, or getting an accountability partner, and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's all important. But a lot of places they talk about that's the treatment for porn, right? And that's like if you're an alcoholic, getting all the alcohol out of your house, right? It's creating a safe place where you can now actually do the work you need to do to get to the bottom of it and actually work through it.
You said it in a podcast. I was asking Gigi where that podcast was, because I said it the same day to a bunch of people. Porn isn't a sex problem.
No.
And people think porn is a sex problem. And people don't get it. So many people come here with porn problems, and I look at them and I'm like, what's the problem?
Yeah.
And eventually, they don't want to watch porn. They don't want to drink. They don't want to masturbate. They don't want to do many things anymore once they start. So if we get stuck on this thing, and it's a real problem because 100 out of 100 people come to us with sexual problems, even the people who are not married, or porn. Porn isn't a sex problem. You said it where's Gigi?
Right here.
Oh, sorry. She sent a podcast. The same day I said it to Gigi, Giorgio, and Giovanna, they all looked at me like, what is he talking about?
Yeah.
You said on a podcast that Gigi said.
Yeah.
That porn isn't a sex problem.
Yeah, it's the problem is that we have these needs that we haven't met in healthy ways, but porn covers them up. And so does alcohol, so do video games. There's all kinds of different ways that we can do it. Maybe it's not porn with you. Maybe it's eating. Maybe it's shopping. It could be any other number of things, but these numbing behaviors that we do to numb the problem. I do want to give a little bit of good news. When we surveyed men, we found that roughly 50% of married evangelical men are currently watching porn. That's not the good news.
currently using porn in some way. Most of them it's rare or intermittent binges. There are some where it's daily, weekly, but that's very much a minority. But about 82% of men have used it over their lifetime. And so a lot of men have recovered. And when we look at the guys who have recovered, if they have also gotten rid of the obligation sex message, so they don't believe they're entitled to sex anymore, their sex life and their marriage is basically the same as a guy who hasn't used porn. It's not like this is going to wreck your life forever. When we get recovery, there is real recovery. You are not stuck forever. And I think sometimes we take that message. If you use porn, nothing will ever be good again. You will have completely wrecked your view of sex. But you can rebuild things. That's the whole point. There is recovery and healing available. And I think sometimes that's easier if we can learn to have compassion on ourselves. Imagine a 12-year-old. And he or she, doesn't matter whether it's a girl or boy, but they're on a school bus and a friend of them shows them pornography for the first time. And they're repulsed, okay? Like, you're like, oh, this is weird. You feel strangely aroused and excited because it's designed to do that. But at the same time, your mind is going, I don't like this is weird, I want to run away, but your body's responding. That's called arousal non-concordance, by the way. There's a word for that, when your body's responding, but your mind doesn't want to. Or sometimes it's the opposite, but anyway. But in this case, your body's responding, your mind doesn't want to. This can happen during sexual assault as well. And a lot of people, when they're assaulted, if they get aroused, they think, therefore I consented.
Yep.
No, you didn't. In fact, physiologically, some researchers are actually wondering, the fight or flight response, what you get during trauma, fight or flight, is linked to our physiological sexual responses. Okay, and that can actually be a protective mechanism, especially for women, because if you get a little bit of lubrication, there's not as much damage, right? Like, quite frankly. But a lot of people carry such shame from this because they think they consented. And when it comes to porn, you have this 12-year-old kid, they're looking at it, and they're getting aroused, and they think, oh my gosh, I'm a freak. I must like this. And they feel ashamed, but they're also curious because it's some of the first time they had sexual feelings. So they start turning to porn, they start turning to masturbation, and it makes them feel good. And then something happens at school, they get rejected by a friend group, or maybe they didn't make the basketball team they tried out for, and they feel really sad, and they're at home and they don't know what to do, and they turn to porn and they feel better. And then this goes on for a couple of years. Like, every time they're bored, they find, well, porn makes me feel better. And if I feel sad, I can turn to porn and I feel better. If I'm really stressed because exams are coming up, I turn to porn and I feel better. Do you know what we're supposed to do during the teenage years? We're supposed to learn how to deal with stress and rejection and boredom and nervousness. Those are the years we're supposed to learn how to deal with all this stuff. And maybe you didn't because you had pornography. It's not your fault. But you just didn't learn some key steps that a lot of other people did. But you can learn them now. And I would just ask you, if this is your story and you've been carrying so much shame, look back and can you have compassion on little 13, 14, 15-year-old you who was supposed to learn all this stuff and you never got a chance to. And that's not your fault. That's not your fault. But we can learn it now. And there is healing available. I'm so grateful for this ministry. I know this is so much of what you do. And so I don't want to go on about this too much because we might get into some of it in the Q&A, and we should really, why don't I hand it over to you guys now, and then we'll talk about how we're going to do the Q&A. But
well, I don't know about you guys, but I got a feeling. I think that could be the song when we come back. So I am almost at the verge of tears listening to all this. And I want to thank you so much. There's so many unanswered questions for so many years. And so much fantasy about what should be. And I think you just painted a roadmap of what can be. And that gives me so much more hope. Ooh. I don't even know if I should just move on to the announcement, but
No, you don't have to, you can stay there for a minute. Don't worry.
every Thursday when we get to share among the ladies about the pain that we endure individually and in our marriages or relationships and collectively, it's so hard to bear the pain of sexual abuse and being exposed to pornography at such an early age. And I can say that in the soft research that I've seen here, that the average age where we have been exposed to our first sexual encounter, which is not intercourse, is probably around the ages of 3 or 4 years old. So a lot of us are carrying a lot of shame. And I just want to invite everyone to step in with me and let it out. Because the shame is like that jail that makes us believe that we're stuck. A lot of you know a lot of our story with Giorgio and I in our marriage, and we both struggle to become better partners. It's very hard. But thank you for trying. Thank you for fighting for us. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for getting up every time that you have fallen. Love you, Jason.
Phyllis.
It's easy to point the finger at the person who is doing the obvious thing. But I think I want to make an invitation for us to look at what's going on inside of us. Because I have shamed my husband many times because, quote unquote, he has been addicted to porn. But I have my load of crap. I do. And I think all of us have it. But I've smelled it.
I've certainly smelled it.
I want to thank you because it's maybe I haven't turned to pornography to numb my loneliness, my rejection, my abandonment, my neglect. But I turned to so many other things, and they are all counterfeit comforts. And I'm trying.
And I want to thank you because earlier when Brandon was here talking, he was explaining what Hope4Life has done for him. And in essence, it has given him the voice, it has given him the words to have a voice about the things that he felt but he didn't know how to verbalize. Today has been a day like that for me. Yeah, when it comes to sex, when it comes to sexual dysfunction, when it comes to sexual addiction. And Gigi has, and it's no secret. I mean, if you guys come here on a regular basis, you know me. You know that I had a sexual addiction. I cannot deal with pornography. It's like alcoholics not being able to deal with one drink of alcohol. So it's a big issue for me. And it's an issue about intimacy. It's an issue about lack of connection. And what I take away from this today is what you said earlier about sex, which should flow out of an existing connection in a relationship and should not be an attempt to connect. That, it's to me, that encapsulates the whole thing today. Yeah? Because for me, it has always been, and even when our sex life was super active and overactive and interactive and anything active, there was dysfunction behind it because it was always an attempt to connect. It was never something that flew. I shouldn't say never, but most of the time it was not an attempt, a flow, an outflow of the existing connection between us two. And I touched on that in a different language a while back ago, but yeah, that's my takeaway. So thank you. And I don't know if any of you relate to that statement. Yeah.
I mean, she was talking about all the things about sexual problems. All of you know this already. I used to cheat on Giovanna. If emotionally, physically, sexually, I don't struggle with that. It's not because I only got to the problem. Like earlier I said, and some of you, I don't know what you thought, but I'm glad she said it a few hours after me. Porn is not a sex problem. Cheating on my wife, yes, was a problem, but it wasn't a sex problem. It was an emotional problem for me and for most people. Eating too much is not only an eating too much problem. Binging all night on Netflix is not only a binging on, like some of you guys play video games all night. What do you think the problem is? Video games? No, really, you do. So that's Baxter, okay?
Wow.
I wanted to say about Baxter, and then I want to say about, you're going to talk, you're not going to,
I'm gonna say one more
oh,
thing.
sure, go ahead.
So, growing up as a very young child, raised in a home where I had to pretend everything was fine with two functionally addicts, my stepfather and my mother. So I lived on my own for many years, but with two adults that were checked out. And all I wanted was for someone to hold me.
Mm-hmm.
All I wanted was for someone to see me. So guess what happens? When I finally start being seen by anyone, doesn't matter who, it feels so good. So good. But I just want to have more.
Of what?
Of that feeling of
Right.
being seen.
Right, not more sex.
No, I don't want to get abused.
Right.
I want to get loved. Fast forward, in a marriage, anything that smells like abandonment or neglect, whether you're on your phone, or you're on watching porn, or talking to someone else but not you, not me, I crave to be seen, to be held, to be touched. And I know I'm not the only one, because I hear it every Thursday. So let's not just hear this amazing message and say, what a great book, what a great speaker, but bring it to your story. What happened to you? I am so glad that I'm not crazy. Again, every time I get this message, it's like, oh, you're not wrong. You're not a pervert, you're not a slut, you're not a fill in the blank. You're just longing to be seen, to be loved. So I just wanted to share that with you guys.
Thank you, Gigi.
Oh, where are you going? Okay. Oh.
Shame.
You know, it's funny because the thing, I didn't know the right, we've heard this so many times, you know, when like you get sexually molested and it's really bad and you enjoy it, what's the word on it? Arousal. But it happens in so many things, it's not just sexually, you do things that you know you shouldn't do, but you enjoy it, and then there's this thing in between, you know, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
No, I just wanted to comment a little bit on what you touched on at the end, you know, about being connected, you know, being aware of what's going on a daily basis. It's not just about being here on Saturday. It's about taking it away and start a process of discovery for you, you know. One of the things that happened to me while being here was during that time of discovery, I never ever cheated on Gigi, you know, and that was like the medal that I wore. Oh, I was born, but I never been unfaithful to her, you know. And as I started walking this process, this discovery process, not this process, this is life, this is a way of life. But there are processes within that way of life. And this process of discovery for me showed me one day here standing talking to you all that I had been unfaithful to Gigi via pornography. You know, because you said it is, we think that we are actually looking for arousal, and what we're doing is replacing. That's what I was doing. I always swore to myself, no, it's not, this is for us, this is good. And we watched porn together too, and it was super dysfunctional, but it is, when she stopped doing it, and I continued doing it, and even when we were both watching it, it was unfaithfulness. I mean, define it, right? I defined it myself. If I'm getting aroused by someone else, I don't want my wife getting aroused by someone else. That to me is unfaithful, right? So it applied to me the same way. So that was a tough medal to get rid of, you know? So it's just, this is the beginning of something. This is not just one moment, and then we go home and forget about it and we take the little tidbits. This is a beginning of something else in your lives, especially if you have a porn addiction, yeah? Raise your hand, so people have a porn addiction. That ain't gonna happen. But you know who you are, right?
So that Harvard study, these are the people. They'll be here when?
March 20.
Something like that.
March 25.
And the cure for everything, according to Gabor Mate, according to them, according to what Sheila just said, not everything, but throwing it under the bus a little bit. The other book, everybody's saying it now, is what? Connection.
Yeah. Authenticity and connection.
Connection. Everyone's beginning now to realize it's connection. And I know it's connection. My connection with my wife is the best it's ever been. And it's keeping me healed.
Because it relates to how I answer this question. So this is from the Bible, and those of you who may remember, there's a guy named Jacob, and he had 12 sons. The most famous one is Joseph. You know, he was the coat of many colors guy, but he had an older brother called Judah. And Judah had a son who was married to a woman named Tamar. Now, the guy died, the son died. So Tamar's husband died, and they didn't have a kid. And in those days in Israel, women had no way to support themselves. And so the rule was, if your husband dies, you get to marry the brother or a male relative, the closest male relative of your husband, so that you can be provided for, because your children are what provide for you in old age. And then this child will also inherit the land that his or her father, well, his father was supposed to inherit, and it'll be in the dead man's name so that the line goes on. So that's the idea, okay? So Tamar marries the younger brother of this guy. His name was Onan. And so he goes in to sleep with her, but instead of ejaculating inside her, he let his seed spill on the ground. You may remember that phrase, the seed spilled on the ground. And that is typically called the sin of Onan, is that his seed spilled on the ground. And the Bible tells us that God basically struck him dead. soon afterwards. And Judah then, according to Israel law, was required to marry Tamar to his next son, who was young. He was too young, he wasn't of age yet. But when this guy came of age, he was supposed to marry Tamar to this son. And he didn't want to, because Tamar kept killing all of his sons. Right. So he's like, no, I don't want you to marry my son. So he didn't let her marry the son. So Tamar gets upset about this. And she disguises herself as a prostitute. And Judah is walking by and he sees this prostitute and he goes in with her, and he doesn't have any money, so he offers pledge of his staff and his cloak. And then later on, when he comes to collect and they're supposed to pay and everything, he realizes who it was. But instead of being upset at Tamar, he realizes, I am actually the one who is the problem here, and you are more righteous than me, because I withheld my son from you. Now, we can look back at that story and we can say, okay, this is like bizarre, like you're supposed to keep marrying the brothers, that's disgusting. But remember, they had no other social support. And she was owed this because she had no way of supporting herself. And God wanted her to support herself. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because I've had a lot of questions about like whether it's okay for a man to ejaculate in any other way other than intercourse, because don't remember the sin of Onan. The sin of Onan was not that he spilled his seed on the ground. The sin of Onan was that he was depriving a woman of what was rightfully hers. That's what God was upset at him for. It wasn't that he spilled his seed, it was that he was depriving Tamar of what was rightfully hers, and he was holding back justice from a woman that God loved. And I just think that's an important story to tell, because often we get these things really mixed up. And the issue there is that God was concerned about justice for Tamar. And you know what happened? Tamar gave birth to a son, who 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 gave birth to many other sons, until we find Jesus. And so, from Tamar came Jesus. And so, and she was upheld as a righteous person in the New Testament, because she fought for what was hers. And so I just think that we need to put the proper spin on that story. I think that's important. Okay, that's one story.
I have something to say about that as well too, because I think the other thing about that story is my mic on? Am I off?
Maybe the responders.
Here.
Oh yeah, here. It's just, I think it is. The other thing is that Sheila, I'm going to correct you a little bit in public. Sorry, sweetie.
Oh, what are your own?
In the story, what happens is Tamar becomes pregnant by Judah.
Yeah.
And Judah sends the guy back with the money to get his staff, and she's not there. And then months later, when it becomes evident that Tamar is pregnant,
that's right. Yes.
They drag her out to have her stoned because she's committed adultery. And then Judah says, no, she's more righteous than me. And Judah owns up to what happened. What I find amazing of that story, and what I also find amazing of the story of the woman caught in adultery in the New Testament, is that in both cases, the woman is being punished for the adultery. And in this case, when Judah says, no, it wasn't, this is what happened, it still was an unlawful sexual interaction. But now it's okay. And I think a lot of times we have to realize when we see things in the Bible that look like they're in favor of men and against women, we need to realize that that is the culture the Bible was written in, and that does not mean that God values men more than women. That does not mean that God holds women more accountable for sexual sin than men. It doesn't mean any of those things. That's the culture it was written in, and we need to keep that in mind when we interpret those stories.
Okay, another question that a couple of people asked me about sex toys. I'm sure there's something about sex toys in the questions that we haven't looked through yet, but this is a bit of a long one. So, oh gosh.
No pun.
Okay. First of all, people say, is it sinful? You know what? There's nothing in the Bible that talks about sex toys. So, no, I don't think that's the right question. I think the right question to ask are those 5 principles that we put earlier about what's okay to do. And the biggest one is this enhancing intimacy or is this detracting from intimacy? And I think there are ways where sex toys may play a role, and there are also ways where they don't. And so I can't answer that question for you. All I can give you is a few more principles and some stories. So I've had a number of women tell me that they orgasm much easier to a vibrator than any other way. And if they're going to have sex, her husband very much prefers the vibrator because then it's over with quicker. And so they've had a really difficult time convincing their husband to work on how to figure out how to bring her to orgasm. And one particular woman said, my husband's really a tech guy, and so if he can do it with tech, he would rather. And so she feels like I'm not worth the work. And this isn't necessarily what I want. But he says, well, it's too much work, you're too much work to do it any other way. And it's much quicker with a vibrator. So in that case, that is detracting from intimacy. And that's not okay. There's other cases where, let's say she's, I had a woman who was after menopause. She said, I used to be really orgasmic, I'm just not anymore. But this is something that works for us, and we were still able to enjoy each other. And so, like in that case, okay. It's not a question, I don't think, of sin, as it's a question of why are we doing this? What is our purpose, etc. There are some sex toys that really get more into the degrading and humiliating part. I'm not saying like role play is necessarily wrong. I don't want to get in there. I really, really, really am uncomfortable being in the role of saying this is a sin and this isn't. I don't think that's what we should be doing for each other. I think that we should be, just learning how to talk to God about things. But I do think that if you require someone to be humiliated in order to find arousing, or if you need to be humiliated yourself in order to get aroused, that's another issue. And we sort of have to ask what's the root of that. Jay Stringer's book, Unwanted, I was going to talk more about that today, but then Lackey told us that he'd already been here, so I didn't. But that's a really excellent book.
No, but I think you could still talk about it, because a lot of the people here weren't here for James.
Yeah. Okay, well, because he talks a lot about how our fantasies can actually be a roadmap to what our deepest needs are. And sometimes if you need to be humiliated, it's often because you grew up in a situation where you didn't have a lot of control, you didn't have a lot of say in your family of origin. There can be all kinds of reasons for that. So I really recommend that book if you're struggling with some of these things. He does a great job at it. But so sometimes we need to ask ourselves, why is this something which arouses me so much? And if I need to distance myself emotionally from you to get aroused, then is that really something that we should be doing? So I think there can be a difference between like a playful thing that you do and something. So this is why I'm not going to declare anything absolutely a sin, but we need to get to the why and what's really going on. So, okay, those are just two questions that I was asked. Here, you want to hold this and I'll get a.
Well, one of the things we say in the Good Guys Guide too, I don't know if I said this earlier, is when you're thinking about something to add into your marriage like that, are you doing this because you want to experience more of your spouse, or is it less of your spouse? Like if this thing is making your spouse interchangeable, that's really not where you want to go, right? If the issue is about your experience rather than the two of you together, you gotta think about it, right? Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, I got a question. Here we go. Okay, so this is a really common one, but I think a lot of people don't realize that this is as common, so they feel very alone. A woman is writing, I can get excited and aroused, but to climax, I need to fantasize or I will never orgasm. That is really, really common. A lot of people need fantasy just to get them over the edge, a lot of women. Now, again, some of this is stemming from our sexual scripts that are in our head. So Jay Stringer's book can be really helpful. She talks about specific fantasies that she has. It doesn't matter what they are because we all have different ones and we can all be in the same boat for this one. So I highly recommend Jay Stringer's book. But if we just want to talk about how to get over the edge when you are there, learning mindfulness and embodiment, like learning just how to experience, because we live so much in our heads in this culture. We don't know how to experience things through our bodies. We are not a physical culture. We are a mental, intellectual culture. And so training yourself to just feel and pay attention to your body can help you do that. So learn about I can't go into it would take too long to go into all of this, but like Google mindfulness and Google embodiment. Do you guys do any of that here? You talk about these techniques? Okay, good, yeah. So look at all of that. Take Pilates, take stretching exercises, yoga, whatever you want, but learn how to feel in your body, and that can really help too.
And I think probably touch on some of the stuff in your orgasm course on your website too, right? Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff there. The other thing I would say is a challenge that a lot of people give sometimes too is to take sexual intercourse off the table and just enjoy each other's bodies in every other way. So just have a period of time where you say, okay, we're not going to have sexual intercourse, we're just going to experience each other. We're just going to give each other pleasure in our bodies to make each other feel good, but that's off the table. And then you learn how amazing just connection in so many other ways can be with your spouse, and it can really make you feel a lot more embodied, a lot more like you're sharing the experience together.
Yep.
And that can often help with orgasm as well too.
Okay. I don't want to read all this because it looks like it could tell who it is. So let me just go back and make it anonymous if I can. Okay, so couples together, they didn't have any problems sexually. This man is amazing. He treats her really, really well. Everything is going great except ED. So he has erectile dysfunction, and I think they both feel awkward about it. He suggested toys to please her instead, but being the focus of intimacy makes me feel dirty. We've tried erectile dysfunction pills, but that also feels uncomfortable to have to plan sex. Okay, can I say something? Do you want to say something?
You go ahead and I'll
Yeah, you know what? Things don't always work perfectly.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
There's a lot of things in my life I wish turned out differently than they did. And I have contact lenses in right now, and my left one is killing me, and I wish I had 20/20 vision, but I don't. And so I wear contact lenses, right? And some people, they just have physical issues, and it just means that you might need to plan things a little bit more. You want physical. Okay, here, this isn't as bad, but this is funny. You'll laugh at this. Okay, first part is not the funny part. When I was 28, after I gave birth to my second child, I had major varicose veins. Okay, and I had to get them removed because they were so bad. And because of that, I now have major circulation problems in one of my legs. And if I sleep, when I sleep, my leg hurts terribly unless I wear compression stockings. Okay, so these compression stockings take 5 minutes to get on. I'm not kidding. They're so hard to get on. So, let's just say that this has put a little bit of a damper on things, because you can't just lie in bed and see what happens, because I have now spent 5 minutes getting these things on my legs.
And you have to understand, when they go on, they're not coming off easy.
These are not coming off. So, but this just happens. It's just our body. So, if a pill will solve the problem, and it means that you have to plan sex, that's okay.
Yeah, our bodies change as we get older too. For women, as they get older, especially with menopause, the vaginal wall lining can thin, which can make sex very sensitive and not always in a good way. Sometimes it can make it uncomfortable. Lubrication can decrease as well too. So getting lubrication jellies and stuff like that, and having those sort of things available, we ought not to have a hang up. If there's a solution to a problem, well, let's take the solution, right? And in the same way that if I have asthma, I'm going to take my puffer if I can't breathe, right? So we sometimes think about sex though, it has to be natural. It's natural things get messed up all the time, and we fix them. So let's just fix it.
Yeah. I will say, that men with ED often can still get aroused and even orgasm without an erection. And so it doesn't mean sex is necessarily off the table. There's a lot of really good material about that. If you Google it, talk to a urologist, and you can still do things together. And it doesn't need to involve toys if you don't want toys, although I think she says the issue is more she doesn't like being the center of attention. But, you know, I think I don't know what to say to that because it's hard to.
The only thing I would just say is, again, if you are a man who's experiencing erectile dysfunction, you should see your family physician because you should be checked for other medical stuff. That's all I was gonna. I said that earlier, but public service announcement.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't mean to minimize that. I think that can be really, and it's okay to grieve that. Like, it is okay to grieve that part of your life is not as easy as it once was. It's okay to be sad about it, but that's just your reality, and things don't always work the way you want, but you can still make them awesome, and still make them awesome the way you can.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say as well too. What? You were done. You're not done.
I'm done.
Sorry.
Because we see the hand raising.
Hilarious.
It needs to be done. Because my hand's here.
To preserve the marriage.
Thank you. That's hilarious. Okay, totally owned. I admit it. The funny thing is that she dragged me into doing this, and now I'm like trying to jump in and do it all over.
You're definitely different now.
Yeah. What I was gonna say was that, you know, that's why we think it's so important to redefine sex as not just sexual intercourse. Because things happen in life. Like, we had one couple and they had like medical problems, like with neurologic issues and stuff. And us saying, you know, like, sexual intercourse isn't the only way you can be sexually intimate with each other. They said that was just a life-saving thing for them to hear, like, because they sort of thought, well, now, you know, there's nothing left for us. Well, no, it's not true. You know, so you know, where people say sex is like the ultimate proof of Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will. Eventually, you know, like, we'll have problems. Like, the main thing is you love each other through it and you do your best to make it a great experience, you know, and as we've gotten older, things change, you have to adjust to that, you know, just.
Okay, what's next?
Okay.
So afterwards, we have one online.
Okay.
I just want to, you know.
Yeah, we can do that one first if you want.
Sure.
Okay.
You want to do this one? Okay, I'll read
Why
it.
don't you pass it to me?
I'll read it. Okay, this question says, how do you deal with the fact that okay, let's see here. How do you deal with the fact that a husband never romances his wife and spends quality time with her, but yet always wants to have sex, but doesn't prioritize his wife's emotional needs and feels devalued and emotionally disconnected?
Ask her first.
I just want to say, I find it so interesting that we have this idea that we can never say no to, like, the sex has to happen regardless of what else is happening in the relationship, but we don't have that idea with anything else. So my spouse can be being terrible to me, but I'm still supposed to have sex, so how am I supposed to keep, like, tell me how I can get in the mood to have sex with a spouse that's being terrible to me. Why isn't the question, and I'm not criticizing this person, but I just find it interesting that we don't ask the question, why is this spouse getting away with being terrible to you?
Right.
Because that's really the issue, right? And if you're not feeling connected, it's okay to say, hey, I don't feel connected to you. We need to work on this connection before we start working on sex. So what are we gonna do to fix our connection? I need to feel like I know you. I need to feel like you want to know me. And I am feeling very, very used right now. In our survey, 18% of women said their primary emotion after sex was feeling used. So having sex made them feel more distant from their spouse than not having sex.
And it's probably situations like this,
Yeah.
where they're doing it because they feel like they have to, even though they're not getting their other needs met in the relationship too.
And let me tell you, we measured that, and when you look over time, that's how marriages become sexless. Because eventually, she, or in some cases he, can do this for long enough, and then eventually everything just breaks, and she's like, no, I can't do this anymore. So it's important to deal with the root cause. And if you're feeling emotionally disconnected, if you're feeling like your spouse doesn't care about who you are or what you're feeling, it's okay to say, hey, for the next month or two, I don't want to focus on sex. We need to focus on how to get connected and what that looks like to both of us. Maybe we need to see a counselor, maybe, I don't know what it is, but this isn't okay and we're gonna fix it. And just draw a boundary there.
Yeah, but don't see a counselor who's gonna slam Bible verses on you. And...
Yeah, tell you to have sex anyway.
We have a question here from a non-anonymous source.
Yeah, so my friend was telling me about her marriage, right? And so like,
What's the tea, girl? What's the tea?
I'm gonna give you the tea. So like before, it's about the mental load. Yes. So like mental load, she was carrying all the mental load. Then they just happened to come to Hope4Life. And so, and after like going to therapy, now the husband's like, oh, well, I did a load of laundry today, or I did like the dishes on Tuesday, you know, or they'll announce like, hey, I did the dishes, you know, like stuff like that. And so, but the wife still feels alone because she's still doing the extracurricular activities, even though she's getting verbal, like, I'm going to help you, but the help doesn't come. So I'm like, are you going to? So she's doing the haircuts, the doctor's appointment, everything else. And then it's like, I'm sorry, I don't really want to connect with you right now. I'm exhausted. Because the girl still works a full-time job. Wow. That's mentally draining because she's taking care of other people because she's a nurse. So because literally on the way here, they were like, you know, you say we're a team. When we're arguing, it's like, why are you attacking me? We're a team. And I'm like, but I don't feel like a team. Because, like, we're leaving the house, I'm trying to wipe down the counters, and you're like, I'll be in the car. That's not teamwork. You should help me wipe down the counters.
Thank you for this highly theoretical question. You know, I think sometimes the big thing is that what I say a lot of times to guys is, a lot of times guys feel like they're trying to help out, but they are helping out in a bunch of different ways and they feel like they're not getting appreciated for the help they're doing because their wife still feels tired. So if you help out in 10 different little areas by being your wife's errand boy, right, you're not really helping. Like you should pick 1 or 2 or 3 things which you just own from the beginning to end. And then you would be a much bigger help to them. So maybe that they need to sit down and have a family meeting and say, hey, here's all the things that go into running this family, right? Here's what you're doing at your full-time job. Here's what I'm doing at my full-time job. How do we divide all this stuff up? Because it all being me and you helping out whenever you can is not working for us, right? And sometimes just being, of course we got to take care of the kids. There may be some issues of like assumptions. You know, like, well, I assume no one's going after the kids. I assume all these kind of things. And you can have that conversation about what assume means, right? Because it makes it.
So that's the answer was, well, you make the calendar then. Right. Okay.
Yeah, but then what you say is that's the exact problem. That is the problem. You want me to be the CEO, but then you want to be in charge of everything, right? And
submit.
Yeah, exactly. And it's often the guys who are the most preaching to submit to their wives that are also the most disengaged from running their households. And that's what I've seen.
Yeah. Can I? All right. Here's a woman. Okay. That darn chat. That darn. Oh, what's her Instagram handle? I think it's like That Darn Chat on Instagram, but I could have that wrong. There's a woman named Eve Rodsky. She wrote an amazing book called Fair
Yes.
Play. It's just an amazing book about how to divide
Fair
stuff up.
Play.
Fair Play. Not a Christian book, but really, really good. I have a whole series on it on my blog. If you look up Eve Rodsky and Fair Marriage, you'll find it. But here's what she suggests, is that you just own several things, like Keith said. So here's what it might look like. Let's say he owns homework. Okay, I own homework. That means I'm keeping track of all the homework that the kids have. I know what the due dates are. I know if we have a science fair project, I'm responsible to go out and help buy the markers and the glue sticks and the Bristol board or whatever. I have to make sure that the homework goes into their backpacks in the morning, and I'm supervising them, making sure that happens. I check on how they did on the tests, and that means that she never has to think about it, because he is doing the whole thing. And so it's not that he's supervising one night, or, oh, tonight I'm supervising homework, okay, what are you supposed to be doing? He already knows what they're supposed to be doing, because that is what he does. He owns the entire thing. Or if he owns extracurricular activities, okay, I know what week we have to bring snack. I'm gonna plan what snack we're gonna bring. If I have to pick up the Tupperware container that was left last week, I'm gonna pick up that Tupperware container, I'm gonna bring it home. I'm gonna make sure that the uniforms are clean and the cleats are out. Like you own the entire thing. And it's really important when you do divide up stuff that the other person does some of the daily things. Because often what will happen is, like, one person will own finances and mowing the lawn and taking the cars in. But none of those things have to be done right now. Whereas, like, making meals, checking homework, doing laundry, that has to be done right now. You don't have a choice. Like, if I don't do laundry, no one's got underwear, right? If I don't make the meals, people are hungry. And so a lot of times people, like, one person will own all of the tasks that are not time sensitive. You can do whatever you want, while the other person owns the tasks that have to be done right now, because so-and-so has to get taken to gymnastics, and so just making sure that each of you have something you do every day. Like, I'm gonna own bath, okay? I bathe the kids, right? And I put them to bed. And I do that all the time. And owning a complete thing is much better than just helping out here and there.
And so,
Fair play? That's our chat? No,
that's not Evie's.
yeah, that's her. Yeah, she's got awesome reels.
Yeah.
Like, just watch her reels. Yeah.
and that doesn't necessarily mean you own that task forever and that's your task forever. Because sometimes it's like, tonight's my night to make dinner, and tomorrow's your night to make dinner. Or tonight's my night to bathe the kids, tomorrow's your night to bathe the kids. But the big thing is that you both are working to make your household run, rather than one person be in charge of it. If the person says, you make the calendar and I'll do whatever you tell me on the calendar, I would say the whole point is, I'm holding everything in my head and I want you to take some of it and hold it in your head. And then they'll probably say something along the lines of, they won't say it this bluntly, but someone will say, well, I don't want to do that. And then I would say back to them, well, I don't either. So let's just let the house collapse? No, we got to divide this out in a way that's fair to everybody. It's my house, it's your house, it's our family. Got to do this in a fair way.
Yeah.
Thanks, I'll let her know.
Is this on the same line? Okay, yeah.
Someone got a mic going back there?
Somebody else had a question?
Oh, yeah, she's just saying, yeah.
Who are our mic runners? Who are the mic runners?
Just talk loud.
Carlos and
Jesus, take some mic.
Well, in terms of the sharing the household responsibilities, is it fair to say that, well, even though, yes, one partner may have a specific duty, but they should still share in knowing what's going on. Like, say, for example, like you mentioned about the kids. If yes, one person is doing all the extracurricular activities, but if the other person says, well, I leave all to you, but then they don't know what sport they've been doing, but, they should at least have some idea and then know what's going on, even though they're not showing the bulk of the responsibility.
Yeah. Well, a great example of that is finances, okay?
Right.
If one of you does the finances, like in our family, Keith does them right now. I used to do them in a different, we've switched back and forth, whoever does it, but I don't worry about paying the bills. He's awesome, he does all that. But I know how much money we have. I have total access to everything. I know where the insurance forms are. I know where the mortgage form, I know where everything is. So, if someone else is doing something, yeah, you still need to know what's going on. That's where family meetings can come in, et cetera. But, yeah, it's very, 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 very bad to not know
Yeah, and
where
I
the
would,
insurance stuff is.
and I would say again, and this might twing a nerve with some people, but if you're in a relationship where one of you can kind of drop and go do something, and you know that the other person has everything sussed enough that they'll be able to take care of it. Oh, sorry, that's a different word these days. Sussed used to mean scoped out. Now it means suspicious and sketchy. I'm an old man. I forget these words. If one person can drop everything and they know the other person's got their finger in the pie enough that they'll be able to handle it, but the other person can't leave because the other person will be lost.
Right.
You need to do some introspection there if you're the person who will be lost, because you should not be so out of the loop in running things that you wouldn't know how to function if the other person had to be gone for a day or two, right?
Yeah. Okay, should we go like back and forth? Question and then other question? Okay, so let me do this one and then we'll do one from the floor. Is that all right? Okay, so a woman says, if you've never had an orgasm, how do you know how to get it? Okay, complex question. Again, manual stimulation and oral stimulation are much more likely to get you there than intercourse. I really, really get sad and upset to think that there are so many people who've been married, especially for so long, and never had an orgasm. Like, we need to stop that. We need to stop thinking that intercourse is the goal, and we need to start thinking arousal and orgasm are the goal. Because I think what happens is people have sex, they think, there, we've done it, but like it might have done nothing for her. And if we set up couples to think, no, we gotta figure this out before we figure out the intercourse part, maybe we wouldn't have so many people where she has no idea what an orgasm feels like. There's a lot, oh gosh, this is such a
So you're
complex
basically
thing.
asking to summarize like an online course that you've done in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I do have a course on this. There's a lot of this in the Good Girls Guide to Great Sex as well. But the big thing, just a couple of, you're never gonna get there if you're trying too hard, so you have to be able to relax. So I think learning relaxation, learning how to get in touch with your body is so important. Slowing down your breathing, not being stressed, a lot of things. And then there are some specific things in Good Girls Guide.
Mm. And if there's just an issue of you just haven't given it the time it needs, because sometimes people, like just have fun, just relax and just say, this is the night we're just gonna make you feel good. And wherever it goes is where it goes. And it's gonna take as long as it's gonna take, and it's not a big deal, And they just do that. Because if it's an issue of, I never orgasm because it's like 3 minutes and 17 seconds and we're done, then that's a different answer to, he's really diligent, he cares for me, we have a great relationship, we share mental load, he's making sure I'm there, and I've tried everything and I can't. Those are very different questions to answer, right?
Yeah, there also, Rebecca, my daughter, who I talk about sex
hold on a second.
all the time. This is, yes, no. She did a huge, she did a huge lit review. So she looked at all the peer-reviewed research on what goes into women's orgasm and the relationship with masturbation, because I know a lot of single women feel like if I can't orgasm on my own, then I won't be able to in marriage. There's actually not a lot of correlation. We think there would be, but there actually isn't. So what's really correlated with orgasm is not prior masturbation as much as it is like when you're in a relationship, your ability to communicate with the person that you're with, and that you're comfortable communicating with the person you're with. A lot of times when people can't reach orgasm, they're told, well, just learn how to masturbate yourself to orgasm. Some women honestly can't, but they can with their husband. So you might be someone that advice would really work with, but you might also be someone that it doesn't. So don't feel like, if I'm single and I've never had an orgasm, I won't be able to when I'm married, because the research does not support that. But in general, being more comfortable with your body is correlated with greater chance of orgasm. So I'm just trying to say, don't get worried about it, but learn how to relax, learn how to just be comfortable with who you are and pay attention to your body. Okay, so let's do, I think this, I don't know which one's next. Okay.
So I have a comment and then I want to ask your perspective on it. So I was listening intently today, and one of the things that you were talking about was like men learning about connecting and being more intimate. And part of that is that, you know, there's a big distinction, and I think it's easier, and I'm not a female, so I don't know if this is true or not, but I think there's a big distinction that men correlate the orgasm with ejaculation. And they're not necessarily one and the same. And then when men are able to separate those two, and this is something I was kind of whispering in your ear before, was about the seminal retention and how we gain a certain amount of our power still as men. And I think that some of that does lead to ED and all that stuff, but I guess I'm not a medical doctor, but I think there's a lot of those intimacy issues come from men losing their power because they're ejaculating too much. I just want to know what your perspective is on that.
I've had a lot of people talk to me about that practice. I would have to see some research on it before I could make any comment. I think the big thing, I don't think there is anything wrong, okay, with a guy enjoying a sex life or like this, and a lot of the enjoyment, you know, orgasm, ejaculation do tend to go together for men. Yes, you can train yourself to separate them. I am not positive that's a positive thing to do. I really would have to see some peer-reviewed research on it. But I think that sometimes, are we looking for a solution to what we think is a sex problem and changing how we do sex, or are we looking for the solution in what actually isn't a sex problem in connection? And I think if we just work more on connection, the rest of it's gonna take care of itself. I don't know, did you want to say anything?
That sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, because that was my point, like, you know, like in practice, it seems like there's more connection when men retain it, because it's not about like, oh, let me just hurry up and get the nut off, so to speak. Whereas more, let me take my time because I'm trying to connect with my partner and really connect to them on that level.
Would that be the same as edging for like women when they're getting close to
Yeah, I think that's probably, yeah, I mean, yeah, taking time's good.
It's always good.
It's actually beyond that, it's a, yeah.
Okay, Prem, you want it?
Just real quick, I mean, are there any times, is there any truth to, I'm sorry.
Why Prem?
Any truth to natural aphrodisiacs? I mean, do oysters really work?
That's funny.
Or any other thing that you might want to recommend as a natural supplement that's not grown?
Yeah, okay, there are definitely supplements, like for women especially, arousal is enhanced when there's more blood flow to the genital area. Men's erections can be enhanced when there's more blood flow to the genital area. There are supplements that you can take that do make that more likely to happen. Again, I've heard these things. I am very, very hesitant to say anything health-wise without seeing peer-reviewed research.
Yeah, because there's a lot of research. I mean, like, you guys know how you tell if a drug works, right? You do what's called a placebo, randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled trial, right? So what that is you divide people into two groups. Nobody knows what they're getting. Some people are getting the drug, some people are getting what's called a placebo. So it's not a sugar tablet or whatever you want to call it, right? And then once everyone's done the treatment, then they see at the end, oh, how many people in the placebo group got better? How many people in the treatment group got better? And then they say if more people in the treatment group got better than in the placebo group, then they say the drug's effective, right? Now, what everyone fails to realize is that means that there are people getting better in the placebo group.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's not like we did the trial and some people got better, so it proves the drug works. Right? The placebos work too. So a lot of these things that they say, oh, it worked, it saved my, you know, whatever, in testimonials, that's why we don't trust those, because the placebo effect can be like 30% in some cases. So in that case, maybe it might really work, but I just ruined it for you because I told you it was a placebo effect.
But like, yeah, there are, but physiologically it makes perfect sense that there would be supplements that would work if they could increase, especially if you're going through menopause. If you can increase the blood flow there for sure. What they do know is that there are some things that do help specifically with menopause. Vitamin A suppositories can help for women just to nourish the vaginal wall because it does become a lot less elastic. Which can make sex more painful after menopause.
And thinner too.
And thinner, and so something that can work on elasticity, replenishing some of the moisture, stuff like that. So there are definitely things that can help. That then.
Suppository, does it, which?
Oh, up the vagina, just stick it right up there.
Yeah,
There's an applicator, yeah, vaginal.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, sorry. You know, so for those things and like warming things. So anyway, I'm just saying physiologically it would make sense. I am just very reticent to recommend any particular things from the stage when I haven't read peer-reviewed research. That's all.
Thank you for being honest.
Yes. So.
Yes, I have a question. So when you were talking, you said when the woman is feeling good, keep doing what you're doing, right? So then I saw you posted some dysfunctions on there, sexual dysfunctions, and delayed ejaculation was on there. That seems to be more like a goal than a dysfunction. I just was wondering what that was. You said to keep going. Sometimes when you're connected and you're intimate, you want to keep going, but it's really good and you like it to last longer, but it doesn't always do it. So my question would be is, you know, I don't know what it is. I kind of want to know what delayed ejaculation is so I can try to get there.
And the definition of delayed ejaculation is a hard thing to. It's difficult to.
It's difficult.
I caught myself that time. It's a difficult thing to pin down because, you know, lasting to a certain amount. Like premature ejaculation is, you know, and then delayed ejaculation, when is it a problem in each of those cases? And it's basically delayed ejaculation is when it's to the point where it's taking inordinately long and it's not working for you, and it's not happening. And it's often related, not always, but it's often related to porn use and having been so overstimulated so that the typical relations you have at the time are not enough to kind of get you to that point, or your brain is not, you know, in the game in that sense as well too. But there are also medical reasons for it as well too, and there's certain drugs and sometimes help as well too.
Yeah, I think we've had questions from men where it takes like, you know, an hour or something, and that's not comfortable for anybody. So, yeah. Okay, let's do. Should we do one? We'll do one and one. I haven't done one from here for a minute, so we will try to deal with this quickly. I'm sorry. Okay. Define porn. My guy thinks that because he's not watching hard porn, that's not disrespectful. He thinks that because they're women who are working out in the name of health and fitness, that's okay. So like women at the gym or health and fitness models with their everything hanging out. You know what? If something is making your spouse uncomfortable, that should matter.
It goes back to the unfaithful part.
Yeah, like if your spouse is feeling disrespected, even if you think it's stupid, that should matter. And you know, some people are gonna have much lower thresholds for what they can handle. Maybe they grew up in a household where there was rampant porn use and rampant sexual sin, and so they're very triggered by anything that could remind them of that. You know what? Care for your spouse and show them they're safe. And some people didn't grow up in that, and they're like, yeah, you're gonna find other people attractive. Doesn't mean that you're doing anything. As long as you find them attractive, but you don't stare at them, I'm fine with that. You know, and there's nothing wrong with either of those two things. It's just, you know, where are you at? And if your spouse is uncomfortable, your spouse is uncomfortable. And I think that should matter. And besides that, you know what? If you're at the gym and there's a woman dressed really scantily working out, don't stare at her. She's not there for you.
Right.
She's there to work out. She's there to get strong. She's not there to turn you on. And you might think, well, sure she is, look what she's wearing. She's wearing that sports bra because it's comfortable, okay? And let her be.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, wait, for your question over here. Oh, wow, we have so many. Okay, okay, well, you first and then we'll do you next. Okay.
For being here, and I learned a lot today, and especially things I gotta adjust for me and my wife. I wanted to ask you a question. Based on coming here, I realized that men are not just a one dimension or two-gear human being. We're not just off and go, right? So based on that assumption, what kind of foreplay should the women do to men so that we're not just go, we're not always on the idle or go, right? Because that's fair to say, right? Because what kind of things should women do on a day-to-day or before, so that when men want to have sex, we're just not on and off. We want to have sex with women. Does that make sense? What should women do for men?
Well, that's right. Yeah, maybe because you're talking to women.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, guys get to be pursued too. I would say that as well, because a lot of women, we don't pursue our guys because we're the ones maybe with the lower libido, we're the ones who, like if that is you, or maybe you're the one with the higher libido and he isn't into it, and let's bring him along as well. And I think a lot of that is just, what did you do when you were dating? Right? You held hands, you kissed, you told each other how much you loved each other. You talked a lot. Let's work on that part too. And then when it gets sexual, oh gosh, yeah.
Oh, sorry, one second. Okay, nobody else. What I wanted to refer to as well is I listen to a lot of Jordan Peterson, and he says a lot of comments, but I'm not all of what he says, I agree, but one of the things he says is that men they're looking for respect and for recognition. And so I think that also plays a part of that, right, as part of a foreplay, because if you don't feel that, there's no way you can, as a man towards a woman, feel like you want to be intimate. So I don't know, I'm just asking.
Sure.
That actually is a huge libido killer for a guy, yeah. Like if he feels like she isn't into me, she doesn't respect me, that's a huge libido killer. Respect is a really difficult thing because when some people hear respect, they mean you need to treat me like a human being. And when other people hear respect, they mean you need to put me in charge of you and like me no matter what I do.
Right.
And so we have very different definitions of respect, right? And so if you think respect is I get to be treated like a human being, but your spouse wants you to treat them like they are above you, or like they no matter what they do, you're not going to criticize it, you're not going to tell them what they're doing wrong, then you're going to get into some real issues. So all of us need to respect each other as human beings. Your spouse is a person. They have the right to make their own decisions, even if you don't like them. Now you can draw boundaries, but you shouldn't be trying to control them. You shouldn't be trying to change them. You can change yourself. You can change how you react to things. You can decide I'm not going to tolerate certain behavior. I might remove myself if certain behavior happens, but you're not saying I'm going to change you or I'm going to control you. And that's important. And so this is why respect can be a difficult conversation. Because people mean different things by it.
Yeah, I get a little nervous when we talk about men needing some things and women needing other things, because a lot of Christian teaching makes it sound like there's a list of things that men need, there's a list of things that women need, those don't overlap.
Right.
And we're two different species. Right. And that I find that a little dangerous because we all need respect.
Correct.
We all need to be validated. Yes. What I think happens in our society is sometimes it's assumed that men are tough enough to take it, right? Like we talk about men's fragile egos. And you say something nasty to a man and he gets hurt and he's got a fragile ego. But if you said that same nasty thing to a woman, you'd be a brute, right? So we have the double standard sometimes, right? Yeah. Most of the time we've been talking about has been bashing men, because most of the time it works in our favor as men. But sometimes there are double standards where we expect too much out of guys too, right? So we have to be careful to say that men need this, women need that. The big thing for me is, for instance, the book, I'm gonna bash a book, is that okay?
Yes.
Is the book Love and Respect, right? It's one of the biggest selling Christian resources out there. And what it basically says is women need love, men need respect.
Right.
And it's like,
Can I tell you about the study that's based on? Yeah. Okay, so Shanti Feldon, who's a different researcher, she asked on a survey of men, would you rather be alone and unloved or inadequate and disrespected? Okay?
Can you repeat that?
Would you rather be alone and unloved or inadequate and disrespected? Now, anyone who's
which would you rather feel?
Yeah,
Which would you rather feel?
yeah. Anyone who's ever done research knows you're not supposed to ask the question with two things. Because what are they reacting to?
Which one?
Which one? Right? And inadequate and disrespected are not the same thing. Right? Now, it turns out 74% of men said they would rather feel alone and unloved than inadequate and disrespected. And so Emerson Eggers took this to say, therefore, men need respect. There's just one problem. They never asked women. They said, well, men need respect and we all know women need love. So therefore it's dichotomized. Do you know what happened when other researchers asked women that same stupid question? Same answer. Bingo. So, respect and love cannot be separated. And both men and women both need respect and love.
That's great. And so, the problem is that in that book, if you go with the idea that women need love and men need respect, it all sounds fine, but then when we fall off the rails, what happens? Well, if a person's not treating me well and I'm loving them as a husband, I can have tough love on them and say, no, I'm not gonna go for that. But if respect you define as doing what I say, right?
Which he does.
Which is basically what he says that the husband's the boss, right? If you define respect as you do what I say, well then there's no way to say, hey, you're treating me poorly. Because there's no tough respect, right? So I get worried when I hear about men talking about being respected, right? I think men need to be respected. And I think our society does disrespect men a lot, and I'm not discounting that. But I just get nervous, especially in Christian circles, because there's a lot of water under the bridge there of men using the idea that men need respect to put women in unsafe places. And as a Christian man, I just don't like seeing that happen. And I don't want that to happen. Because we have human needs. We have human needs. We have needs for respect, we have needs for validation, we have needs for love. We have all those needs, men and women. Yes. And so yes, it's a terrible sin if either one is withholding that from the other. But I get a little nervous when it's like men need this and women need that. It just makes me a little nervous.
Okay, there was a question over here. Yes.
Hello, I wanted to just kind of like, I don't know if it's a question, but kind of like see what you have to say about it. My journey in this topic has been like a layering. God's had grace and favor in my life. Thank God I came from hell when it came to sex. I didn't even know what healthy sex was. But in my pursuit and journey and falling in love with the lover of my soul, which is my Heavenly Father, I always questioned, how can I be so happy in X, Y, and Z other areas in my life and thriving in ministry, but when it came to this topic, I was terrible. It was dirty. I felt dirty all the time, and I couldn't find a balance. And in my third relationship, which is a gift from the Lord, I really dug into trying to understand, where are you, Holy Spirit, in the middle of all this? So one pastor, a completely separate topic, he said, when you go to bed at night, acknowledge that the Holy Spirit is there with you. So I took that on board into my intimate sexual life. And my husband at the moment didn't know what I was going through because I was still dealing with things from my childhood, things from my past, abuse, you name it. And I started including the Holy Spirit into my moment. And I would prepare myself spiritually because my body desired intimacy with my husband. But when I would start and go into it, I felt dirty. And I struggled so much with that in my spiritual walk with God. And I was like, how do I find a healthy balance? I spoke to pastors' wives, I looked for counselors, no one gave me a direct answer until I had to take myself and put myself in a position of, Holy Spirit, I acknowledge that you're here. And it's kind of weird, but sometimes when we start, I tell him, Holy Spirit, here we go. Take me on a joyride with my husband. And I tell you that from the moment I started adding the Holy Spirit into my intimacy, first with me, and I pray before we have intimacy together, to him, it's just a natural thing. And but to me, I had to still deal with things from my childhood and my past. It's been layering, it's been coming off. I've gone to retreats, I've gone to, encounters with the Lord. My personal walk with God has removed all of that trauma and all that stuff. Coming here has been amazing. And so I just wanted to say, what do you have to say about that, of including the Holy Spirit into that intimate time that also brings recovery?
Yeah. Oh, I think that's beautiful. Yeah. So many of us think of God and sex as like polar opposites, and you can't let God know you're having sex. God knows you're having sex. He made it this way. Like he wants us to enjoy ourselves. Like I think that's awesome. And you know what? Prayer. You asked what an aphrodisiac was. Prayer is an awesome aphrodisiac. It actually is. And not just praying on your own, but like praying together. That can really, we used to joke when we gave talks, like whenever I heard him pray for our daughters, I totally wanted to jump him. Like there's nothing, there's seriously nothing sexier that he could do than like when he's really praying for our girls, like, the ones that I love most in the world. Now I would be praying for our grandkids.
It did wonders for my prayer life.
Hallelujah!
When we're in, I want people. I don't know how to get people to understand, because I know the passion that you're trying to say. But like, God created us for intimacy with Him. And the picture that He gave us is intimacy, sexual intimacy with each other. But our ultimate need is for intimacy. To be truly seen and loved. And when we're able to open ourselves up to God, that actually helps us to be able to be intimate with others too. Like it all goes together. So yeah, I think that's awesome.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I've heard this quote before about like so many Christians think that God created our whole body and then Satan like slap on the genitals. It's so not true. And I think it's so beautiful and holistic for you to include your spiritual walk with God into such a physical, spiritual, emotional act. So you said like, hey, this might be weird, but there's absolutely no shame in that. And I want to commend you for that, because that is so beautiful and healthy. So yeah, keep doing it.
Okay, I'm just going to do this one really quickly because this is easy. Is oral sex okay? I think we kind of dealt with this one. I will just simply say that again, for women, it tends to be a more reliable route to orgasm than intercourse. So, but the big thing is, again, you don't need to do something that you're not comfortable with. And if you're not comfortable with it, don't do it. But if you're the guy, yeah, except this is the only time I would say there's another reason. If you're the guy who isn't comfortable with it, and your wife isn't reaching orgasm, that could be an issue. But yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Like, I'm gonna ask the question. You shared a little bit about the church setting, the theology versus the reality, and coming in from a conversion and seeing that this had been a buildup of this theological view regarding sex. And my question is, how do you expose the topic of sex in the context of like adult single people who are searching for a relationship, but also encounter situations where along the experience, desire, arousal, where things get murky and like defining what is acceptable, sinful, not acceptable, or and also how do you remove all those wrongful thoughts? Because what I've seen is that some of the people who have a strong preaching or a strong stance on some of those things have clearly proven that they also become victims of that, the struggles.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Tell me.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I think, again, we need to recognize that our ultimate need is for connection. And that's important for singles too. When it comes to sex, everybody needs to have their own boundaries, right? And I'm not gonna tell anyone what they should be, okay? Everyone needs to have their own boundaries. And if your boundary is like, I actually don't want to have intercourse or to reach orgasm with this person, because you know what, whether you're having intercourse or oral, it's not the same thing. Okay, like if you're saying, I don't want to reach orgasm with this person, I want to save that for committed relationship, then in general I would say, don't do things that are going to lead to that. So don't do things which, if I just did this for a little bit longer, would get there, right? And that's just a wisdom thing. That's not like a moral thing. That's just a wisdom thing. If you don't want to get here, and doing this for 20 minutes would get you there, then don't do this for 10 minutes. Like
plateau.
yeah. And so that's everyone's just got to figure that out for themselves. But I think if people are aiming towards a committed relationship, and you really want to be in that relationship with someone who shares your views and who honors you, then being open about your boundaries is an important part of the dating relationship. And letting them know, hey, look, I really want to get to know you. I'm really looking, I'm in this for the future. I'm not just trying to mess around. Like, I actually am looking for a relationship, but this is where I would like to go, and are you comfortable with that? And being upfront at the beginning is important in that. But yeah, there's very few people that would say that I want to save orgasm. Very few people do today. And again, I am not going to tell you what you should do, but if that is a boundary, then I think for you, then just deciding, I don't want to go down that road. And instead spend a lot of time, doing stuff, go hiking, volunteer together, help and see how they are with kids. That's always a really big, go take someone's niece out for the day and see how the person is. That's a really good character test, is how they handle kids.
One of the reasons that I think that God has designed sex to be within marriage is because if you're waiting to get married before you have sex, then you naturally are going to work on the relationship. You're going to spend time together and do all of the other kind of stuff, and you're going to build closeness and intimacy in the non-physical areas. Whereas if you go to physical intimacy before you've built that emotional intimacy, you can feel a lot closer than you actually are, and you can get into trouble because you think you're so close, and then you get married and you realize that we haven't really built a foundation of like friendship, emotional connection, and that sort of stuff. So that's one of the things I would just say when I do talk to people about this, and I say, I believe you should wait till marriage to have sex, and they disagree with me. I say, well, that's fine, you can disagree with me. Everyone has their own opinions. This is one of the reasons that I think I would encourage it. People I'll say, like, we've had sex, we've become Christians, we are getting married in 3 months, the horse is out of the barn door, right? I'm like, well, no. It's like, it's not like God doesn't value your virginity. God values you, right? And the Christian value is chastity. The Christian value is chastity, not virginity, right? Chastity is being in control of my sexuality and letting the Holy Spirit be in control of my sexuality. So before I'm married, that means abstaining from sexual relations and focusing on intimate connections in other ways, emotionally and that sort of stuff. And when I'm married, it means reining it in and not expecting my spouse is going to give me whatever I want, whenever I want it. So it's about chastity, not about virginity. It's not like, well, we had sex, so we're not pure anymore, so why not? And that's a terrible view because God, I don't think that's what God's.
Yeah. Yeah, this question is almost the same, which is, how do I, if I'm dating, how do I tell another single person that you want intimacy, but you'd rather wait till you're married?
That's good.
It can be hard, that can be difficult to do when you're first dating. I can just imagine what that conversation would be like. And again, this is where I just am sensitive to the fact that I don't want to sound condescending because we got married at 21. And so I know that this is something that people have walked that I haven't walked. We didn't talk about this. We had a son pass away 26 years ago. And when other people talk about how terrible it is to have a child die, it's like, yeah, but you didn't walk it. So that's kind of why I sometimes get a little bit uncomfortable telling singles what to do, because you guys have a hard road that I haven't walked. So I can give you what I think, but I just want to be aware and be very open about the fact that I haven't walked this, and so I don't want to sound like I think this is easy because I know it's not. And you guys are going through something that I haven't had to. But if this is important to you, then you'd be upfront about it. And it might mean that like 49 out of the 50 people that you're dating are gonna turn around and run. But then you're gonna find that one person faster than if you didn't tell them right away and then told them in 6 months, you know? So, yeah. Okay, you were holding the mic, yeah.
We're gonna, how many more questions before we can? We'll start out.
How many more questions are there?
Okay.
No,
It's a quickie. Maybe you don't open the Pandora's box, but it was like one of the first things you touched on when you opened, but I don't know that we actually covered it. So in the Bible, how the relationship with Jesus and the church is one of marriage. I'm like, in the Jewish culture, the Sabbath that is so important that we do it every week, they will invite the Sabbath in as a bride. And so, I don't know, I just found that that's, interesting that it's like, to me, the whole difference between like a friendship and a marriage is like the sex part. Okay. My experience is limited. But you have sex with this person only and not everybody else, and so that's the difference. And so it's interesting that the relationship with us as a church and God is one of marriage.
That's beautiful. I think it's beautiful. I do. And the fact that God wants to know us that intimately, I think, I just think that's lovely.
Sorry, I have the worst ADHD and I just blanked out so hard. Did anyone else have a question for me?
Okay.
I totally forgot. Okay, you get it. Here.
We're not.
One after her, one more, and that's it.
Is working?
Yeah. Well, Joelle.
Yeah.
So one of the questions I have is that if you're still, friends with people in, evangelical circles, and I certainly go to still an evangelical church and all, is that one of the things I am concerned about is that if I see books like Love and Respect out there, or I see people making posts saying, hey, I like this book, or trying to give it or recommend it to somebody, or certain authors or people, I'm not sure how to engage in a way that's, I don't want to say every single time someone mentions a book like that, oh my gosh, this is the most, I want to be able to have a balanced conversation and tell them, hey, maybe you need to reconsider some things about this book. When do you know when to say something about it, and then when you need to know, hey, maybe I can talk about it with them another time, not at the moment.
Okay. If any of you follow me on social media, you'll know this is really my passion, is that there's been a lot of misinformation out there in evangelical circles. I would say you always speak up in some way. I think it's how you speak up. And I think often speaking up with questions is the best way to do it, rather than telling people what you think. So for instance, if they were to say, I really like the book Love and Respect, they'll say, that's interesting. How do you think an abused woman who read that book might encounter it? And they might say, well, what do you mean? And then you can talk to them about it. Or like, That's interesting. How do you think that book would affect, a man who's really into sexual sin? How would he feel reading that book, about what he deserves? And asking questions is often a way to start conversations with people who wouldn't necessarily react if you just started listing all the terrible things about the book. Yeah.
One of the things I find is people are very much on the Bible and, like they want to quote Bible verses and stuff, is just making them realize they're not interpreting it right in the first place. Like the 1 Corinthians 7 thing has been used as a weapon against so many women, right? And it's like, who's being deprived, right? Just coming back to those kind of things, right? The big thing for me is a lot of people interpret the Bible differently. But the one thing I say, and I'm not a theologian, is that Jesus said, if you've seen me, you've seen the Father. So if it doesn't look like Jesus, if it doesn't sound like Jesus, somewhere your interpretation went off. I can't tell you where it went off because I'm not a theologian, but it doesn't look like Jesus to me. So I'm going to listen to people who sound like Jesus. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
It's good advice.
I want to say thank you guys for everything. I don't even know how to say thank you. It's just really restorative to hear all of the misinformation being dismantled. To see a male figure that is rooting for women, it's really healing and amazing, and just thank you for that. So my husband and I typically, we're in the opposites. Like I have the higher libido, and every time something with the male, it's usually I lean more towards relating to that. And so okay, I'm gonna try to figure out how to say my word. I'm an external processor. I'm gonna get there. Okay, so I struggle sometimes with knowing how to excite my husband, because I think it feels like I have to perform in order to do it, and sometimes I just want to be myself, and this is enough. And I think that that's the thing that I find in my fantasies, that how you can in your fantasy your fantasy is telling you something that you desire, right? And I think for me it's to be loved just because I am, without performing. But I'm I know that there is work to be done. You need to work to excite or arouse your what's the word? The R, not responsive libido, right? So you have to work towards that, but then I also feel dang, this feels like I'm not fully being myself. Not that I feel humiliated, but it just doesn't feel like it's myself. And then he does get aroused by emotional connection, but after emotional connection, I'm having a vulnerable hangover, and I'm I don't want to do this. This was such a heavy conversation, and yes, I feel close to you, but I'm learning how to cry and simple things like that. So my body is holding all these emotions in that I'm trying to release, but I'm I can't do it right now. And it's I'm glad that this really hard conversation about an argument we had that you're excited that we can work through together is exciting you. But right now, even though I feel connected to you, it's really hard to want to be in that space. So I'm what other tips or advice can there be for I guess me, and how I can I don't know the question fully, but how can I still be myself while also looking out for him?
I would say there's a two-part thing here. First of all, for anyone who is the higher drive, for anyone who's the lower drive, male or female, I think it is important to understand that your spouse wants to be desired, right? When you're the higher drive, you want to feel like you're also desired. And if you're always the one pursuing, that can be exhausting. And so if you are the lower drive, just remind yourself, part of loving my spouse is pursuing my spouse. And it doesn't mean all the time, but if you think back to the last 5 times that you've had sex, if the other person initiated every single one of them, it's okay, maybe I need to learn how to pursue more, right? And just get myself in that headspace. Think about how much I love them, And like, let's just make this a party because I do love you and this is flowing from how I feel about you. It's just I don't have as much of a felt need for sex, but that doesn't mean you get to sit back and do nothing and wait for your spouse to always be the pursuer. So, for the lower drive person, I just want to challenge you. You need to take some of the ownership too and pursue. Now, if you're lower drive and you've never had an orgasm and sex is awful, you work on that first, okay? So I'm not talking about that situation. I'm talking about people who, when you do have sex, it's great, you just don't particularly feel like it very much. So for the lower drive person, pursue. I would say the interesting question of how you say, like, I sort of have vulnerability hangover and I don't feel that space. Could you get there though? Like maybe you don't at this moment.
Yeah, I get there later, but now later is like too late for him.
Right, okay.
So I think that's the challenge. And then with what you were saying too, like not turning the pursuit into an obligation. Right? And so there's like a fine line between all of these things that maybe it just takes time to like learn. Maybe that's the
But when you do have that vulnerability hangover, like that's okay. Like let's just take some deep breaths. Let's just calm down. Let's do things. Let's give each other a massage. Let's stop talking for a bit and let's give each other a massage or something. But think about what we could do between those two things that would help me get over the vulnerability hangover, but might still keep him interested so you can get there. Because there are still ways that you can connect. Because that's interesting. Like there, you have just been really open with each other, right? But it's like, well, now I've just lost the total desire, but what can you do to build it back, while he's still there? So let's just keep connected maybe in different ways. Yeah, maybe we give him a massage, maybe we have a bath together, whatever it might be that can build some of that back up. He's looking interesting in the bath. The bath thing is,
That's it.
There's a bunch here I didn't get to.
Okay. Never good.
Is there anything, closing thoughts that you have before we wrap it all up, that you can just leave them with?
Can we send you these questions?
Yeah, I can come home with them and I can email them back.
Can you email them?
Yeah.
That'll be wonderful.
With links, because I'm sure I've written a blog post about it, so I will link, yes.
How will they see your answers?
I'll send them to,
Yeah. Blackie, yeah.
You guys have been a blast.
You guys are awesome.
Thank you.
Can you just say a little something about it? So we have a table set up for them in the gallery, for them to sign your books if that's what you would like. So if you could kindly and gently and slowly or quickly make a line and just give them some time to go from here to there, and they're gonna be there, bring your books, and they will sign it.
Thank you. We just want to thank you so much. I see a lot of smiles.
More questions.
A lot of people thinking, and I just think it's such a blessing when you hear truth. It's part of our healing, and this is one of the things that we, Lucky and I, see couples struggle the most. It's dealing with their sexuality, their intimacy, and I think you touch on so many things that we already have 6 new babies in Hope4Life. I don't know how many more babies will come after this,
That's all this year.
I just hope it's not me. But we truly want to thank you. I know you both are extremely busy. The work you guys do, it's amazing. I've seen also how much challenge and opposition you get from the especially the church. people that have grown up in the church, all these writers of all these books, not even taking the time to even consider like, okay, where could we be wrong really from the time I wrote this book to now? So I want to say that the way you stand and the way you guys continue to push through, it's amazing. I just want to encourage you and tell you that you are doing something good. I know sometimes we have experienced that, and somehow we have 10 people saying amazing things, but we have 1 or 2 or 3 saying something bad, and somehow that sticks, and it's like, oh my God, what are we doing? Are we really sending people to hell? Are we really ruining people's life? Because I understand that. I just want to say to you guys, thank you, and thank you for taking on a subject that nobody's willing to talk about.
Yes.
And it's so important.
Yes.
So I would truly thank you for choosing us and coming here.
Thank you for inviting us to Florida in January.
You're welcome. Any January you want to come, you're welcome. Sexy January. Sexy January just before Valentine's. So God bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for coming, for enduring, for being here, for listening, for being patient. And should we carry on?
Yeah.
Yes. Do we stop here?
No.
No.